I want to thank Maurice as well, a Rwandan living in Norway, for convening this event, and also the private sector and the Minister of Sport for their support. Yesterday was great. For those who couldn't make it, you missed something. To the Embassy of Denmark, the opening of the new Embassy of Denmark here in Rwanda is a great testimony of the ongoing strengthened collaboration between our both countries. And we all know why Ambassador Kasper is not here. They are undergoing elections very soon, but the embassy is represented. And we have a number of agreements that are being concluded at this moment, including a great global health hub that put together 4 universities, the University of Aarhus and University of Global Health Equity, Ines Ruhengeri, and University of Rwanda. So I want to thank my counterpart, the 4 counterparts from the Nordics, and also their respective government for the support we receive on a daily basis to be able to accomplish our responsibility, that is to connect the Nordics to the government of Rwanda. But I want also to take this moment to deeply thank the delegation from the Baltic countries. My fellow colleague, Ambassador Lambert, couldn't make it, but I'm here also representing him and representing my government. You are most welcome to the country of 1,000 hills, 1,000 smiles, and 1,000 opportunities. I will end my remarks by wishing you a very pleasant International Women's Day, belated, but for us, we consider the whole month of March a month to celebrate women, and being a Rwandan, being posted in the Nordic countries is a double celebration. This is a value we share, the government of Rwanda and the leadership of Rwanda shares with all of you in the Nordic countries, and I take this moment also to deeply recognize His Excellency President Kagame, who is a champion for gender equality, and to also express my gratitude to be posted in these beautiful countries that respect women and gender equality. CEO Guy, thank you so much for your support. The University of Rwanda leadership, thank you for your support. We've had a number of women at the center of the organization of this forum. I mentioned Chantal from the embassy, but we also had Chantal Atukunda from RDB. We've had also Michelle from RDB, all women. We've had the chairperson of the private sector, Madame Ouvirigi, Jean-Françoise. You understand, all women at the center of this forum. But we also recognize the leadership of these strong men that are gender equality sensitive, including the CEO of RDB and the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Rwanda. All of them have really strongly supported this forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Her Excellency Diane, for that beautiful remark. And so it is my greatest honor to welcome the Ambassador of Sweden to Rwanda, Dag Sjögren, and välkommen. You're welcome.
Hello, works. Dear Diane, dear Jean-Guy, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends, all protocols observed. I make it a bit easier than Diane. All protocols observed. It's a pleasure to join you for this year's Rwanda Nordic-Baltic Business Forum. And of course, I want to express a huge thanks to Diane and her team for initiating this and for making it happen and bringing us all together again and in a new format. It's indeed a pleasure for a Swede to do this in a Nordic-Baltic format. As much as I believe that Rwanda is a fantastic gateway to East Africa and far beyond, I think that we Nordic-Baltic countries can serve as great gateways to one another, building networks that are mutually reinforcing. Now, Sweden has been present here since 1997. We have a long-standing, warm, frank relationship stemming from political dialogue, bilateral assistance, reconciliation, human rights, and trade. Presently, we have around 10 Swedish companies here. Too little, I would argue. Hopefully, we have some establishments in the making, sitting potentially right here in this room. Let's see what happens. As I've said before many times, Rwanda is indeed a remarkable place. With its history, its steady and very rapid development, its difficult to capture but yet so true spirit of truly breaking innovation curves, truly breaking levels of ambitions which are hard to find anywhere else, I would argue. And as a testimony to your staggering ambitions, you scored extremely high in all sorts of measurements in the World Bank Business Ready Report of 2025. I think your progress in digitalization, fintech, investment facilitation, and more well complements what Sweden has to offer. We note presence of Swedish companies already in ICT, fintech, edtech not least, green tech, and health tech. And if you haven't heard, I would be a bit surprised if you had actually. If you haven't heard, there is a new branding concept of Sweden. It's called Made with Sweden. This highlights not only what Sweden produces, but how we work through partnership, transparency for long-term sustainable solutions. And I hope that this forum will help us in identifying new opportunities where Nordic-Baltic expertise and Rwandan ambition can reinforce one another. As was mentioned, this forum also comes just after the International Women's Day, a reminder of the importance of women leadership and participation and inclusion in driving economic growth. And it's clear to me that those principles are very central to Rwanda, as they are for the Nordic-Baltic countries. Another important pillar in all of this is something we call the triple helix approach, which I think we very much highlight with this gathering. Namely, that we need to link governance, business, and academia to truly drive progress and innovation and growth. Amongst others, of course, we are pleased to have Chalmers University with us today, representing the broader Swedish research cooperation, which has been going on for more than 20 years. To conclude, this forum is an opportunity to deepen collaboration with Rwandan partners and our Nordic-Baltic colleagues. Swedish companies bring strong capabilities in most areas, including digital information transformation, AI, green transition, sustainable infrastructure, and skills development. Areas where we see real scope for true co-creation. Before finishing off, I must remind you all that you're invited to a networking cocktail this evening, hosted by us at the Swedish Embassy, at a place called Lemon, which is founded and driven by a Swede called Gabriel Ekman, in itself a testimony to our trade and entrepreneur skills and cooperation. And to finish off by 3 C's, even though when we're not having a Nordic-Baltic Rwanda Forum ongoing, the Swedish Embassy is always open for coffee, conversation, and collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellence, and for that beautiful invitation. I would also like to now take this moment to welcome Her Excellence, the Ambassador of Finland to Rwanda, Her Excellence Teresa Ziting. Tervetuloa.
Thank you for the introduction. That came in perfect Finnish language. Kiitos. But good morning, and dear friends. and dear Diane, who I would very much like to thank for putting this forum together. As it was mentioned, it's the second forum. I was here last year as well, when it was narrower in scope when it comes to the geography, and perhaps also on the content. But it's very good to meet again, and I'm delighted to come here from Dar es Salaam, from where I cover Rwanda. So please bear with me if I want to use this opportunity to share a little bit what Finland does in Rwanda, since I'm not having so many opportunities to do that. But let me start with a few words on education and innovation, which this forum will be discussing. The cooperation between Finnish and Rwandan higher education institutions, they have increased the past year. And education is one of the priority themes of Finland's presence in Rwanda and is sexual and reproductive health services. These have been a major driver of our own development. And these are building blocks that has helped lift Finland to a prosperous country. And for any country looking to accelerate sustainable growth, primary healthcare services are one of the highest return investments available. Strong health systems are not only good for people, they create the conditions for economic resilience, competitiveness, and strong and long-term prosperity. So Finland's approach also in health diplomacy is to blend public and private partnerships, bringing together the government, the academia, and industry to provide solutions for global health challenges. Digital innovations and solutions, they are obviously key in the health sector as well. Finland is a large country with long distances and healthcare can be challenging. Therefore, we have developed and prioritized digital healthcare and the use of technical solutions in general healthcare. Digital solutions require, obviously, good digital infrastructure, and Finland has strong knowledge of this as well. We have seamless and, most importantly, secure health data and platforms that engages digital healthcare across the country. We have a so-called Kanta system that unifies, it's a platform that unifies health data, e-prescriptions, and patient access to records. So let me conclude by appreciating Rwanda's position and itself as a hub for startups and innovations in the region. It creates a fruitful environment for collaborations, and it leverages digital solutions and innovations in many sectors, including the health I alluded to. And all in all, I hope that this forum today and tomorrow, which has brought many actors together, it once again makes it possible for new partners to find each other and to find new form of cooperation. Thank you very much.
So, Ambassador Diane Kashumba, thank you so much for organizing this. Dear fellow ambassadors, they're all representatives from Rwanda and the Nordic and Baltic countries. I very much like all protocol observed. It's a good one. So, let me try this one. Mwara Mutse. Thank you. So, good morning to all of you. Again, thank you so much to the ambassador for organizing this forum. I think it's so important to build a partnership between our governments, our people, and not at least between the businesses. It's very nice to be back in Rwanda, in Kigali. I cover Rwanda from Dar es Salaam. And despite not having an embassy here, we have strong bonds. We have an MOU between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs on bilateral talks. We have long-standing cooperation between universities, that was mentioned. We have Norwegian NGOs here. We have engagements through multilateral systems. And from sitting in Dar es Salaam and not only covering Rwanda, but also Uganda, and working very, very closely with my colleague in Nairobi, we see very much this region, East Africa, as really the growing kind of sector and area in Africa. And that is also what we tell our colleagues in Oslo. Look at East Africa, look at the specific countries, look at the opportunities you have in each of them, but also look at the area in itself. Because we see very much from the point of Norwegian companies, they very much come to one country, and when they start up in one country, they look towards other countries in the region. And that is because we see this region with very, very strong growth, and we see a closer and closer interconnectivity, which is very, very important. So Norway, for those who don't know, very far up in the north, we are a country powered almost entirely by renewable hydropower. We are also known for our fjords and northern lights. It's a place where innovation and social security go hand in hand. An example how nature and society can thrive together. We need the conducive business regulations to invite investors. There, we look at Rwanda, doing exactly the same, being very open, invite this business to come to Rwanda, have a strong growth, impressive social development, and also a very conducive business environment. And we see that because we can see the differences in the countries in the region. And we share a very strong focus on gender equality, as was mentioned. And I think that is important also to look at from a business perspective. I mean, using all the resources you have, you know that. As business representatives, you do that. You don't keep half of them out. You use everything. So I think that seen from a Norwegian perspective, gender equality is not only the right thing to do, it's a smart thing to do. And we also share the same when it comes to sustainable development. We want a green and sustainable growth. This forum is timely. We gather in time of increased unrest in the world. And this is the time to come together, to protect international regulations and law that smaller countries need to protect themselves, to build stronger ties between countries, between people, and not at least strengthen business ties for a common benefit. And this is also the time to speak about Africa in the Nordic region, that Africa is a story of innovation, progress, resilience, and opportunity. And again, thanking the ambassador when you attended the Nordic African Business Association Summit. I think it was in October, or is it, yeah, October last year, which again has the same kind of intention to bring together Nordic companies in Oslo and link up and look at all the opportunities you can see in Africa and in this region. And so I said, again, East Africa and Rwanda in particular, show us this new narrative, all the opportunities. Kigali has become a hub of digital transformation, echoing Nordic-owned leadership in e-governance and smart societies. So again, thank you so much. I really look forward to being here and to hear from all you. So thank you. Murakose.
Thank you, Your Excellence, and for that beautiful speech. I would now like to take this moment to welcome Honorary Consul of Latvia, Ms. Lidi Hachizimana. You're welcome.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, all protocol observed, thank you very much for the invitation to my big sister, Dr. Diane Gashumba. Sometimes the most interesting partnership begin between countries that are geographically far apart, but share the same ambition for innovation, growth, and progress. It is a great pleasure to be here today to the Rwanda Nordic-Baltic Forum to represent Latvia as the honorary council. Let me also say how pleased we are to see Rwanda bringing the Baltic states to this important platform. And I may also add that Rwanda is widely recognized as one of the Africa's most forward-looking and digital ambitious countries. Latvia sees many, many similarities with Rwanda, and we look at this forum to build partnerships. Latvia also shares many values with our Nordic partners: a strong work ethic, openness to cooperation, respect for innovation, and a forward-looking approach to economic development. Together, the Nordic-Baltic region has become one of the most dynamic and competitive regions in Europe. Latvian companies have always looked outward. We are a relatively small country, very small, but our international cooperation is part of our DNA. To succeed globally, we focus on innovation, high-quality solution, and global competitiveness. That is why I am very pleased that the Latvian delegation visiting Rwanda, led by the Latvian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, include 3 excellent companies from the ICT sector. Allow me to briefly introduce them. If you can wave when I see your name or your organization. X-Infotech is a global provider of secure digital identity and payment technology. Their solution includes e-passport, national ID system, and smart card technologies used in e-government services, border control, and financial inclusion programs around the world. Regular Baltia is a global leader in forensic technologies and identity verification. With more than 30 years of experience, Regular develop advanced solutions for document authentication and biometric verification used by government and border authorities worldwide. Last but not least, Capital is a full IT service partner with over 30 years of experience delivering IT service infrastructure, system design, and maintenance services that help organizations operate more efficiently and securely. So this is a great opportunity to discuss potential partnership and also learn about Latvian companies. Latvia also offers a very competitive environment for innovation and investment. Among others, we apply 0% tax on reinvested profits, encouraging companies to grow and innovate. Our special economic zone provides up to 80% tax incentive for investors. Latvia is also a highly digital society. I won't go into how great we are in ICT. You will discover it if you talk to these companies. At the same time, Latvia remains cost competitive within the European Union, allowing companies to combine quality with efficiency. Lastly, but not least, Latvia has a very strong participation of women in leadership. Women play a very important role in entrepreneurship, public administration, and business leadership, contributing to modern and dynamic society. So to just conclude my remarks, I want to say that Latvia is a dynamic and innovative, internationally oriented country, ready to build strong partnership with Rwanda and the wider region. We see great potential in digital technology, innovation, agriculture, and sustainable development. So thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this important forum. And I really look forward to strengthening cooperation between Latvia and Rwanda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Liddy. And at this moment, I would like to invite Mr. Vincent Laporte from the delegation of the European Union to Rwanda. You're welcome.
Excellencies, dear CEO of RDB, dear representative from MINAFET, from MINICOM, dear Executive Director from the European Business Chamber in Rwanda, distinguished CEOs and guests, dear friends, dear colleagues, good morning, Mwaramutse. It's a pleasure for the European Union again to attend the second edition of the Nordic-Baltic Business Forum here in Rwanda. The discussions today and tomorrow, and the visits the day after tomorrow, will allow us to reflect on the opportunities and the challenges that European investors face in Rwanda and how public-private dialogue can help address them. The European Union deeply values how these companies, your companies, play a key role in Rwanda's economic transformation, investment diversification, and job creation. The forum these days also reflects something else that is essential to us, the fact that public-private dialogue is not just an event, it's a governance tool. As Rwanda has shown year after year, that open and structured engagement with private sector, between government and business, is one of its strongest comparative advantages. As Ambassador Dag also mentioned, this is clearly reflected in international assessments such as the Be Ready report from the World Bank, where Rwanda ranks as having the strongest business climate in Africa. This recognition is well-deserved, and it matters, but it also comes with higher expectation from the private sector. As economies mature, business questions also evolve, and this dialogue is an opportunity to address those questions. This is why dialogue and system alignment are essential, and as Rwanda continues to implement NST2, the European Union is committed to remaining a reliable and long-term partner. Moving forward, and in the spirit of turning dialogue into concrete delivery, I'm also pleased to announce that together, the European Union and the government of Rwanda, with RDB in the lead, are organizing on the 12th and 13th May of this year a Global Gateway Investment Roadshow here in Kigali. The objective is very practical and very simple. It's to connect project promoters with European financial institutions to facilitate concrete matchmaking around bankable projects in priority sectors. The sectors are agriculture and related value chain, conservation and tourism, health and pharmaceuticals, smart cities and digitalization, energy and mining. This event will also showcase how European instruments, including EFSD Plus guarantees, can help reduce risk, crowd in private capital, and support investments aligned with Rwanda's development priorities. So we warmly invite both European and Rwandan businesses to engage to build a strong pipeline of investment. So to our esteemed CEOs and guests today, my main message is the following. If you have a bankable project for investment in Rwanda in our joint priority sectors, and if you're looking for support to make it a reality, please let us know. We are here to help. What matters most is that the public and private sectors continue working hand in hand, because Rwanda's economic success has always been built on collaboration, dialogue, and a shared vision. This forum is not only about challenges, it's about building bridges and solutions, and the European Union will continue to play an integral part in that process, and for this, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laporte. I am Gaëlle Mouvier. I'm the co-host for today's program. And I have now the honor to invite Mrs. Rosine Uwamariya, Country Director for Rwanda at Trademark Africa, to deliver her remarks. Trademark Africa works to promote economic growth and trade in Africa by reducing barriers to trade and improving market access. The floor is yours.
Mrs. Ambassadors, government officials, distinguished business leaders, good morning. Let me begin by thanking the government of Rwanda for organizing this forum, and it is an honor for Trademark Africa to participate in this important event. We meet at a time when the global trading environment is evolving rapidly, supply chains are being reorganized, businesses are diversifying their markets, and investors are increasingly looking for reliable trading partners and resilient supply chains. In this context, the ability to move goods efficiently and in a predictable manner has become a critical factor in investment decisions. Over the past 2 decades, Rwanda has undertaken a series of reforms aimed at improving the regulatory and institutional environment for businesses. These efforts have focused on simplifying administrative and trade procedures, strengthening public institutions, and digitalizing services. As a result, Rwanda has created a business climate that significantly supports investment and private sector growth. At Trademark Africa, together with development partners, we work closely with the government and the private sector to advance trade facilitation and strengthen trade supporting infrastructure. Our efforts have focused on harmonizing and simplifying trade procedures, investing in physical and digital trade infrastructure, including one-stop border posts, modern posts, and electronic cargo tracking systems. We have also strengthened the standards and quality infrastructure to help businesses comply with international market requirements, and we have advanced regional initiatives such as the East African Community Single Customs Territory. These efforts have helped reduce the time and cost of trade while improving the predictability that businesses need to operate and invest. Today, we remain committed to continue this journey toward faster, more inclusive, and more sustainable trade. This progress creates a strong foundation for deeper trade and investment partnership between Rwanda and international businesses represented here today. For companies from the Baltic and Nordic countries, Rwanda offers access not only to a dynamic national market, but also to a much larger economy, a regional economy, through the East African Community and the African Continental Free Trade Area. At the same time, we know that the Nordic and Baltic economies bring strengths in innovation, digital solutions, sustainable logistics, and green technologies. These capabilities are highly relevant to Africa's next phase of trade and industrial development. Let me conclude with one reflection. Trade succeeds when systems work well, when borders connect markets efficiently, when partnerships translate opportunity into real investments, and when the benefits of trade are shared more inclusively. Forums like this one play an important role in bringing partners together, strengthening dialogue, and turning ideas into practical collaboration. So I wish you fruitful discussions and successful engagement. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now turn to the perspective of the private sector, and I now have the honor to welcome Mrs. Jeanne-Françoise Mobiligui, the chairperson of the Private Sector Federation. The floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, ambassadors present, CEO, Rwanda Development Board, leaders of government and development partners institutions, business leaders and members of the private sector of Rwanda and the Nordic and Baltic countries. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me to begin with by expressing my appreciations to the organizers of this second Rwanda Nordic and Baltic Business Forum. Platforms like this are extremely valuable because they bring together businesses and institutions to exchange ideas, build partnerships, and transform opportunities into concrete investments and business ventures. As the Private Sector Federation, we strongly value such initiatives that connect entrepreneurs and investors. According to the program, we will have the opportunity to explore a range of sectors from emerging technologies to health and education, and to learn more about opportunities available in Rwanda. These discussions will also highlight Rwanda's potential as a gateway to regional markets, which is an important consideration to companies looking to grow their presence in East Africa. From the perspective of the Rwanda private sector, I would like to assure you that there is a strong community of businesses ready to engage and ready to partner. Across many sectors, Rwandan companies are looking for collaboration opportunities that can help turn ideas into sustainable businesses and investments. The message from the Rwandan private sector today is very straightforward. We are ready to partner with companies bringing innovation and technology, ready to partner with investors looking to scale business in Africa, ready to build long-term commercial relationships that create value for both sides. I'm particularly pleased to see that the forum includes dedicated B2B networking sessions. These sessions are often where the most meaningful connections are made, and I encourage our business communities to take full advantage of this opportunity to explore concrete partnerships. As the Private Sector Federation, we remain committed to facilitating this connection and supporting collaborations between businesses from Rwanda and our partners from the Nordic and Baltic countries. With those few remarks, allow me to wish you all a productive and successful forum. To our visitors, future partners, I also hope you will enjoy the opportunity to visit our beautiful country, Rwanda, and to engage with current and potential business partners. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Finally, it's my distinct honor to welcome Mr. Jean-Guy Africa, the Chief Executive Officer of the Rwanda Development Board. Sir, the floor is yours.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good morning to you all and welcome to Kigali. It is my great honor to welcome you all to the second Rwanda Nordic and Baltic Business Forum. To our Nordic and Baltic partners, ambassadors, executives, and entrepreneurs who have traveled here, your presence is a strong expression of commitment to building a meaningful and lasting relationship between our regions. We value that commitment greatly. Despite the distance, Rwanda and the Nordic and Baltic countries share a remarkable convergence of values, priorities, and ambition. We are united by a belief in good governance, a commitment to innovation, women empowerment and gender equality, conservation, and a clear understanding that sustainable, long-term value creation is the only path to enduring prosperity. That shared perspective is the basis on which credible and lasting commercial partnerships are built. And it is in that spirit that we gather here today. This forum is not simply an occasion for a discussion. It is an opportunity to advance practical cooperation, to identify concrete areas of partnership, and to lay the foundation for investments that will create value on both sides. Most importantly, it strengthens this mechanism that helps translate dialogue into action. We also begin from a position of relative substance. Over the last 2 decades, the Rwanda Development Board has registered in excess of $200 million of investments from Nordic and Baltic companies. It's a meaningful foundation, and it reflects a growing confidence in Rwanda and demonstrates that we have moved past interest. At the same time, it also points to the considerable room that remains for us to deepen and expand the partnership. So where do we go from here? It helps to start with what drives investment, what actually gets the many investors here in the room to move from interest to actually putting resources and making the investment decision. On here, I'd like to focus on 3 issues. Opportunities, actually. 1, market opportunity. Second one, operational efficiency. And the third dimension, predictability. Rwanda makes a strong case on all 3. On market opportunity, and in Rwanda's case, the domestic market is only the entry point. Through the African Continental Free Trade Area and our membership in the East African Community, as well as the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa, investors that establish in Rwanda can access a regional market of more than 500 million people, as well as a continental market of more than 1 billion. When you turn to operational efficiency, in the case of Rwanda, we continue to rank among Africa's most competitive business environments. Companies can register here in 6 hours or less, and I challenge you to test it. Just register your company before leaving. 6 hours. Foreigners, yes, including foreigners. I got the question. So 6 hours. And I invite you to put this to the test. That speed is reinforced by active investment facilitation and a policy framework designed to support enterprise at every stage. On this one, I want to explain why operational efficiency matters so much to us. We have made the vision is to position Rwanda as the hub. Africa's hub for the markets I referred to earlier, East Africa, COMESA, and the AFCFTA. But we have structural impediments. Our geography, we're 1,000 kilometers from the sea, a relatively small market. So we've made the conscious decision to make the business environment our unique selling proposition. So it's actually where we feel that we can compete in the global marketplace. We want to make it safer to invest in Rwanda. We want to make it faster to invest in Rwanda. We want to make it more predictable. We want to make it the place where there's zero tolerance for corruption. And in turn, let that message echo, and investors then would make the decision to come and set up shop here because of all that I've mentioned. It's also the reason why we've brought together under one roof within the Rwanda Development Board in the One Stop Center 24 agencies. We've mapped the galaxy and the universe of services provided to investors, their journey. We noticed that in multiple instances, investors have to go to multiple places. So we've grouped those services within the One Stop Center, and today within that center we provide in excess of 400 services. Thank you. Thank you. We brought those services together, and the next challenge in our evolution is to digitize them fully, to remove any existing fragmentation that might exist when you go through a process of bringing together so many different functions, to basically create an environment where an investor steps in the one-stop center and never has to go anywhere else. It's still a journey we're on, but the vision is very clear. We have the same focus on predictability, and it shapes the drive and our consistent efforts in constantly mapping the challenges investors go through and the reforms that are required. And we've made substantial progress in digitizing many of our public services to reduce friction across the investment journey, to reduce the administrative requirements, duplication, and so on. Much remains to be done, as I stated earlier, but the results are already showing progress, and I think it was referred to earlier in regard to our performance in the Be Ready Index, and so on. Now, these efforts are designed to create a conducive environment for investors who bring not only capital, but also the know-how, technology, and experience needed to create lasting value. The Nordic and Baltic regions are very well known for their strength in innovation, digital advancement, sustainability, industrial capabilities, and solutions that are both practical and future-oriented. It's against this background that I would like to highlight a few sectors where I think there are opportunities for us to deepen cooperation. The first one is technology, digitization and technology. Rwanda is among Africa's most forward-looking digital economies. Demand continues to grow in areas such as fintech, digital public infrastructure, cybersecurity, data centers, artificial intelligence application, and software developments. For companies seeking a regional base from which to deploy scalable digital solutions, Rwanda offers you the right environment. In agriculture remains central to our economy, and modernizing the sector is a national priority. Significant opportunities exist in irrigation, cold chain logistics, agro-processing, seed systems, traceability technologies, and climate-smart farming solutions. The strength of the Nordic and Baltic regions in innovation and sustainability again align naturally with our focus on agriculture. And then on manufacturing and pharmaceuticals. Rwanda is also advancing a competitive and exports-oriented industrial base. There is clear potential in pharmaceutical production, medical products, construction materials, and value-added agro-processing to support our growing industrial parks. Let me highlight the progress on pharmaceuticals. Rwanda's FDA, the Food and Drugs Authority, has already achieved WHO's maturity level 3, and it's an internationally recognized indicator of regulatory credibility. And Kigali is already home to companies such as BioNTech, who is working on the first commercial scale mRNA vaccine manufacturing initiative on the African continent. These are not future aspirations, they're happening right now as we're speaking. And there are concrete platforms which are already taking shape. Baltic and Nordic firms in pharmaceuticals and health industries, you have the basis from where to grow interest in developing such products in Rwanda and the region. On green growth and climate solutions, green growth is another area where we have strong alignment, conservation as well. Renewable energy, resource efficiency, sustainable urban development, and circular economy are national priorities for Rwanda. There are also areas in which the Nordic and Baltic regions have world-class expertise. Taken together, these sectors point to a broader reality. The strongest partnerships are those that combine commercial opportunity with long-term strategic value. The economies that will lead in the decades ahead will be those that pair competitiveness with sustainability, innovation with resilience, and investment with real impact. We believe Rwanda is on that path, and we are equally convinced that our Nordic and Baltic partners are ideal partners for the journey ahead. The quality of the discussions over the next 3 days will help us continue to shape this journey. Let us therefore use the forum to turn the goodwill into action and action into partnerships that create jobs, deepen value chains, and deliver lasting value for our people and our economies. On behalf of the government of Rwanda, I want to reaffirm our strong commitment to deepening cooperation with the Nordic and Baltic region and our readiness to work with you to turn shared ambition into concrete results. I wish you productive discussion and a successful forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Africa. I think RDB heard the excitement because we actually have a one-stop center representatives just here to help you register your business in those 4 to 6 hours, right? 6 hours. 6 hours. We're also pleased to made available for you a tourism desk to help you facilitate for the Visit Rwanda packages so you can explore Rwanda and enjoy. I would like to first thank all the speakers for these very insightful remarks. And I would like also now to invite our distinguished guests for a group picture. May I invite you to the floor here, please? Wait. I'm very sorry. Now, the bigger group picture, if I may say. So please, audience, can you join us for this group picture?
You can stay there,
Please don't hesitate to go on the stage, as we all want to fit in. Right. I still think you can fit it.
No, it will not. I think she'll get on it.
And right before our break, I would also like to invite Ambassador Diane Gashumba and her counterparts from the Nordics to come and take pictures, to take a picture, and then we could go for our coffee break. Thank you. Hello. Hello, everyone. And in this moment, I would like to invite Ambassador Diane Gashumba and her counterparts from the Nordics and Baltics region who are present today to come in at the front and take a picture, and then we could go for our coffee break. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, please take note that there is coffee being served outside, right outside this door. So if you would like a coffee, step outside and grab a refreshment. Thank you. Hello everyone, could we please get back in place to continue with our program of the day? Let us all please get back in place to continue with our program. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Could we please take our seats so that we can continue with the day's program? And those that are outside the room, could you please come back inside the room? Thank you, everyone. If we could please proceed to our seats. In the spirit of keeping up with our schedule, could we please take our seats and proceed to come inside to the room so that we can continue? Everybody, please, back to your seats. We have a little more time during lunch hour to be acquainted with each other. Thank you. And to everyone still outside of the room, could you please come back to the room so that we can proceed with our program? Thank you very much. And everyone inside the room, if we could please sit down. If we could please go back to our seats.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. We hope you enjoyed the coffee break. We'll now proceed with the panel discussions, with the first one being focused on positioning Rwanda as a regional investment, finance, and trade hub, with my colleague Doreen Gashuga as the moderator. The floor is yours.
I hope you can hear me. Oh, yes, it's better. Thank you. Your Excellencies, the ambassadors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. My name is Doreen Gashuga, and I'm pleased to welcome you to this panel that is focusing on positioning Rwanda as a regional investment, finance, and trade hub. Over the past 2 decades, Rwanda has built a strong reputation in ease of doing business, institutional efficiency, as well as good governance. And today, the country is moving from simply being an attractive investment destination to positioning itself as the regional hub for capital, for financial services, as well as trade. And today, we are going to have a deep dive in this topic. And please join me as we welcome our esteemed panelists. And let's give them a round of applause as they make their way to the stage. Our first panelist is Ms. Michelle Murungi, the Chief Investment Officer at the Rwanda Development Board, where she leads national efforts to attract, facilitate, and grow strategic investments. A round of applause to her. Thank you. And our second panelist today is Mr. Jean-Marie Kananura, a finance professional with more than 15 years of experience and currently serving as the Chief Investment Officer at the Kigali International Finance Center. A round of applause to him. And finally, Ms. Eugene Torero, the Regional Director, Trademark Africa, with extensive experience in international trade and development. A round of applause to him as he makes his way to the stage. Thank you. And to start us off, Michelle, Rwanda has consistently ranked among Africa's top performers in the World Bank's Be Ready report. In your view, what stands out today as Rwanda's strongest value proposition for global investors?
Thank you, Doreen. Can you hear me?
A little louder.
Test. Can you hear me? Good. First, good morning, everyone. Excellency Ambassador, ambassadors present. It's really, really an honor to be your host today for a second edition of the Nordic and Baltic, this time, Business Forum. Truly a pleasure to be sitting here. Doreen, thank you for the question. I think I'll start with a summarize this in just a short recap and say what I believe Rwanda offers is predictability, and I'll get into each point, right? What predictability means. I think it's vision that's embedded in that predictability, and I think a regional platform that allows you to access different markets in this region. I won't get into the reports. Ambassador Dag mentioned it, CEO mentioned it as well. Don't take it just from us, but World Bank reports that talk about the climate environment, the business environment in terms of affairs, business affairs. And maybe to get into each point, what does predictability mean? Why is vision important, and the value proposition? One, I think it's because it tells you where Rwanda is headed, tells you about the vision, so you don't have to wonder what it is or where it is you can add value, right? Today, we're guided by the Vision 2050. And within that vision, you have the National Transformation, NST2, National Strategy Transformation 2, which is really the way we operationalize the vision in chunks, right? This one started in 2024, I believe, and we're headed to 2029. And we have a set of priorities that guide us and that tell us what we need to do in terms of private investments. This is a strategy that really, really, really puts private investment at the heart of our economic transformation. The other thing is productivity growth. We'll talk about agriculture in a few, and competitiveness, export competitiveness, that is, which speaks to the point of us being a regional platform. The other important point or value proposition, which I think the CEO mentioned as well, is efficiency in our governance. And this is, again, I would say, spoken about or represented throughout the Be Ready reports, or the likes of the Be Ready reports that talk about the environment. And here I want to say that we've been intentional about building a reputation for fast decision-making within our institutions, which is why we collapsed or condensed about 24 institutions into one, so that we can offer a one-stop center, a true one-stop center, that we're still growing and we're still trying to better, so that investors don't have to run around in different institutions. The other value proposition I want to highlight here, and related to the Nordics and the Baltic region when it comes to governance, it's our value system. It's what drives us as a nation. And I think Rwanda emphasizes not only good governance, but sustainability and transparency. And I believe that this is shown within our integrated policies. When we talk about the carbon neutral policy by 2050, we want to become a green economy by 2050, and that's reflected in the different areas of our economy. I'll give you an example. Today we're about 85%, we have about 85% green energy. The mix of our energy generation is predominantly green, right? And I think the goal is to, at some point, be 100%. We're looking at 200 megawatts solar power in the next couple of years. If you're here and you're in the energy sector, I hope that this is something that speaks to you. The other maybe example that I would like to end with is, I believe we're one of the only country on the continent that's currently piloting a green city. Right? We've earmarked an area of about 600 hectares, and in the next couple, or right now as we speak, we're trying to identify or figure out how we build affordable and green housing as well. And this is really to speak to how we've integrated green growth and climate resilience within our economic transformation. And this, I think, naturally aligns with the Nordics and the Baltic region and truly brings or shows you the value proposition of being in Rwanda. There's predictability, you know what our vision is, you know where the opportunities are, efficiency, and last but not least, a value system that aligns with that of the Nordic countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Michelle. And to Mr. Jean-Marie, we know, we are aware that global capital is searching for a stable, efficient, and well-governed jurisdictions. Why should international financial institutions consider domiciling or structuring their investments through Rwanda and the KIFC?
Thank you very much, Doreen. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, these distinguished guests. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you very much, Ambassador Diane, for organizing this gathering again. Our institution, which is the Kigali International Financial Center, has quite straightforward mission. It's to really to position Rwanda not only as a destination for investment, but also as a hub for capital in Africa. So for those who are maybe new to the continent, often if you want to structure an investment, let's take an example of an investment fund that wants to set up and to support or to invest across the continent. Most probably the advisors of that investment fund will tell them to go to register in Luxembourg, but still do business in Africa. Or they will tell them go to register the asset management company in Dubai, but still invest on the continent. So our mission is to change this, is to say, why don't you also structure your investment closer to where you are investing? In simple terms, is if you are into, you want to invest in the continent, you want to invest in East Africa, we tell you that you should also have your, let's say, your base here in Rwanda and be able to raise money, but also deploy capital in flexible and free way across the continent. And to do so, we need to there are a few things that we had to address. And actually, that's the reason why a lot of investors will go to Luxembourg, because there's no, according to, let's say, to the common knowledge, there's no jurisdiction in Africa where that has predictability, what Michelle is talking about, that has legal framework that is up to international standards, that is stable, and that can really, give you, let's say, peace of mind, when you do your business. And we believe that Rwanda ticks all those boxes because what we put in place is very robust in terms of legal framework. We are compliant to AML, CFT, anti-money laundering, to OECD recommendation. We have, as Michelle was mentioning, we are known to be we have a low level of corruption. So governance, transparency is key and is critical for us. And to do so, we had to put in place really to benchmark to ourselves to the best, I would say, to the leader or leading jurisdiction in the world. And this is very important for, let's say, institutional investors. Right now, we have some institutional investors that are setting up their private equity, and the reason they choose Rwanda is because we comply to international standard or international requirement. It's also very important, for example, for, let's say, impact investors. I know, like Nordic countries, I think these are some of the values that we share. So it's also very critical for them because they don't want to be, let's say, in a jurisdiction that is, not clean, if I may say. So transparency and compliance is very important. Second is really like the connectivity to the rest of the continent. Coming to Rwanda, it's very easy to reach the rest of the continent from east to west through, I'd say, even Our national airline is doing quite well, connecting Rwanda to the rest of the continent. We have investors that come to have a meeting here in Rwanda and then fly back to Zimbabwe in the same day. And then there's no visa required, for example, right? So for Pan-African or even for the rest of the, I think, more than 100 nationalities, you don't need visa to come to Rwanda. So that openness is really important for investors. Lastly, and this is to echo what Michelle and the CEO of RDB was saying, is really ease of doing business. We made it sure that, for example, if you need a license as asset manager, you have it in 1 month. You have to register a company, CEO of RDB challenged you, we can do that within 6 hours. This is very important, and on top of that, it's quite affordable. Also, don't forget this as a value proposition for investors as well. It's very important that we offer a platform that is also affordable. So for those 3 reasons, really compliance and transparency, connectivity to the rest of the continent, and the ease of doing business, we believe this is a very strong value proposition for international investors that want to domicile their investment on the continent and deploy capital in, in flexible and free manners. And last point, of course, you have to be competitive. I know that tax incentives is very important for some of the investors in the room. We also have a very comprehensive and very competitive tax incentives for certain activities, from asset management to fintech. I've heard that in the audience there are a couple of people who are into tech. This is very critical for us, and we had to incentivize this type of activities. And lastly, we don't have any restriction in terms of capital repatriation. So once you have, let's say, fulfilled your requirements, you pay your tax, you can freely take your money out of the country in a very transparent way. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Jamari. That is very well put. I would like to remind the audience that in case you have any follow-up questions, feel free to note them down. We'll have a Q&A towards the end of the session. And Mr. Eugene, with a private sector lens, what role should the private sector play in helping Rwanda achieve its ambition as a regional hub for trade?
Thank you, Doreen, and good morning, everyone. A pleasure being here. Thank you, Ambassador, for the invitation and for the opportunity to collaborate and to participate in this very important forum. Just a quick brief on what Trademark Africa is all about. Trademark is not an intellectual property institution. We are Trade and Markets Africa in full. Our role is largely trade and transport facilitation. We support business to connect, like this. We try to address some of the constraints around trade corridors within regional economic groupings. That's why most of our work is framed around trade corridors. It's also framed around regional economic groupings. So we work with African Community, we work with the CFTA, we work with COMESA, and many other economic groupings. We are present in more than 15 countries in Africa. We are also funded by more than 14 donors, most of whom are present in this room. So it's very exciting to have Nordic countries represented: Finland, Norway, Sweden. These are our major funders of the program that we support. Right now, we are about to start or commence work that is funded by the Swedish government, or SIDA, through SIDA, that will be connecting Uganda or along the Northern Corridor. So thank you, Sweden, for that. But obviously, with Finland, we also do a lot of work within East Africa. To your question, Doreen, what can business do? I think my response is, this is the greatest opportunity. This is the opportunity. This is a business forum where you have expertise from Nordic and Baltic countries. You have had expertise on digital aspects. You've had all they do on pharmaceuticals, all the different innovations, they are very much developed in education. And I know little about Finland. I know they are very good on sciences, and this is a great opportunity. Why is this important? Because either you are in education, so you can partner with those universities, or you are a business operator and you need especially the skill, so need to create that opportunity for developing those expertise. But more specifically, what can the private sector do to really make Rwanda a business hub? I think in the area session, we had fantastic efforts that the government of Rwanda has put in place. Again, can we seize the opportunity? Can we seize the opportunity and invest in industrialization or manufacturing, value addition, so that we're able to export finished products that will attract more money than what we are currently exporting, largely agricultural products that are not finished, that attract less money, and so in the end, you don't gain so much. But that, if you don't have the resources, there are many options. One is to use the International Finance Center, be able to seize some of the opportunities they offer. Second is this kind of forum. People with money expertise, they can link you to other people in the Nordic countries that have the right finance, the right financial capabilities to support you in transforming the products that you are aiming to do. That is really, really important because in today's world, getting your own cash, having enough to do investment is difficult. So partnerships that are long-term are the way to go. So without that, it takes so much time for you to build a capital base that can make you invest in this hotel. You either will have to work with the banks and they will charge you a bit of interest money that is really somehow expensive. If you can get equity funding, if you can get other opportunities like through the International Finance Center, I think we need to seize these kind of opportunities. But back to my point earlier, this forum for us is the greatest opportunity to come up with some deals that will enable you to invest in manufacturing, invest in value addition, and so many others. We had the opportunities in agriculture, export growth. Again, this country have never had any opportunities or countries that drive export growth with the different initiatives that the country has put in place. I'm not a government official, but I know quite a number, like the economic relief, something like economic recovery program that is still that is going ahead. How is the private sector seizing that opportunity to invest in export growth? How do we, therefore, not only look at that, there are other export opportunities that we need to leverage that the government has put in place. Again, how are we working together? Either you can do it independently, but if you are not able, how do you create partnerships to borrow the knowledge, borrow the expertise, and get the capital to actually make your business much more attractive? We've had Rwanda is connected, no doubt about that. We invested in the airline, but make no mistake, logistics is the biggest challenge for Rwanda. We are a landlocked country, yes, land-linked, but we go through a number of borders, and we have to meet a lot of requirements along those trade corridors. So how do we invest in infrastructure like warehousing, the light trade infrastructure that connects Rwanda to its export and importing markets? Again, how does LDB drive this whole process? Because it is very critical that you are able to move goods seamlessly to get the goods into the manufacturing facility in the shortest time possible for you to be able to avoid any demurrage charges, warehousing costs, all the other costs that are associated with movement of goods. You've had the whole supply chain system is now currently affected. And so how are we moving faster to be able to respond to those challenges? At Trademark, we've developed the expertise to do that, and obviously are working with agencies of government in East Africa, agencies of government in Rwanda, to be able to unlock some of those challenges. They spoke about the digital aspect, so I don't want to speak so much about the digital. But the importance of investing or prioritizing digital investment is really harnessing the power of technology. There's now new initiatives around AI, initiatives around e-commerce. Amazon can sell you products from wherever it is. You can, if with an efficient logistics services, you can transport them into the country. If you have challenges in logistics, it becomes a problem. One country in the EU is currently handling the largest consignment is through online ordering. Just imagine what that means. It means I don't have to buy a ticket to go to China to buy goods. I don't have to buy a ticket to go to, let me say, Germany or UK or US. You can order and get these things shipped. But for that to happen, efficient logistics is critical. Last but not least is standards. Every market that we trade with has a certain requirement. If you are in agriculture and you're exporting goods into the EU, there are new requirements around carbon footprint. How are you preparing yourselves, getting yourselves ready to ensure that you are complying with those standards? We have heard about CBAM. We've heard about the EU deforestation. I think in Sweden, there's a supermarket called, I'm just forgetting, it's the main one. If you do not have a supply that has carbon traceability, that supermarket will not sell your products. So how do you comply with those markets to ensure that if your goods are destined, if this jacket of mine is destined to, let's say, Nairobi, it complies with all the requirements, labeling, the way it is stitched, the way it is addressed, all that. This pen has to comply with ABCD. This water has to have certain marks. So those labels, those marks, those standards, those requirements that you have to comply with, how are we getting ready? At Trademark Africa, we have a unit, a whole portfolio that is responsible for standardization and SPS requirements. If you're exporting to the EU, I think my colleague Rosine can attest to this. We're working with NAEB, with RSB. NAEB is the National Export Promotion Board. We're working with the Rwanda Standards Board. We're working with RICA to ensure that companies, small and medium enterprises that are trying to explore opportunities in those markets are able to comply to those standards.
Thank you. Thank you, Eugene.
Can I finish on this one?
Yes, please.
Skills. All these things we are talking about, require expertise. In this room, I understand there are university experts from the Nordic countries. Seize the opportunity to get their skills. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So seize the opportunity, forge meaningful partnerships, and identify areas of collaboration. Thank you very much, Eugene. And back to you, Ms. Michelle. As Rwanda strengthens its role as a regional hub, what sectors do you consider most strategic anchors in driving this investment, innovation, and competitiveness?
Thank you, Doreen. I think we mentioned education and health earlier in many remarks, and so I'm not going to focus on them for now. I want to give you an opportunity to see other sectors where we can collaborate, where Rwandan companies can forge meaningful partnerships with Nordic and Baltic countries. What we want to do here is really to build a diversified and innovation-led economy. And there's a few sectors that we've looked at, we've identified, back to our Vision 2050, that we think will get us to the Vision 2050 and will help us be globally competitive. One of them, I'll start with, I mentioned earlier, green energy and climate technologies. As I said earlier, sustainability really is central to our development model, our economic model. And the few key opportunities here within green and climate technologies include renewable energy distribution, distributed and off-grid energy, electric mobility ecosystems, climate technology innovation. If you drive around the city, you'll see that increasingly many Rwandans and people who live in Rwanda are driving EVs, right? And so that tells you that we're completely shifting towards an EV infrastructure or EV type of vehicles. However, there isn't nearly the same amount of charging stations around the city, right? So that's one low-hanging fruit as an opportunity within energy, green energy or renewable energy infrastructure. And I believe that the government has set really strong policies in place to encourage these type of green solutions. The second sector would be sustainable agriculture and agri-processing. For us, agriculture truly remains the backbone of our economy, but the focus is shifting towards value addition and export competitiveness. I think you've heard Eugene talk about us being landlocked, but quickly corrected himself to say that we're land-linked. And while we remain with a few challenges on the logistics side, I believe that the government has put in place a lot of investment in the infrastructure space, and we do have within the EAC, I think, one of the strongest regional economic blocks where we share, we have one border posts that allow our goods to move seamlessly. There are some challenges, like any other regional blocks, but I believe it's one of the most advanced regional economic blocks on the continent. Not to speak of AFCFTA that's coming along, where many countries have already ratified the instruments, and it's looking promising, where you have now access to about 1 billion consumers. Logistics will still be something to figure out across the different corridors, but major advances that are happening there as well. And here, the specific investment opportunities that I want to highlight are within food processing, climate-smart agriculture, agri-tech, and irrigation, and export-oriented horticulture. We know that the Nordic countries have expertise in precision agriculture, food systems, cold chain logistics, and that truly fits with Rwanda's priorities. The third would be, we talked a lot about the digital economy and innovation, and Rwanda is increasingly positioning itself as a regional digital services hub. And a few key areas that are worth mentioning where we see potential growth and opportunities are within the fintech space. And actually tomorrow starts the beginning of the inclusive fintech forum that's spearheaded by KIFC, where we're going to talk about different opportunities within the fintech space across the continent. There's also digital public infrastructure, artificial intelligence applications. I think I heard earlier someone who is in systems designs and from Latvia, if I'm not mistaken. Right? So you're here at the right time. And I want to encourage you to participate in IFF as well, if possible. Also, smart city technologies. As I mentioned earlier, we're looking at piloting a completely green city and with affordable housing. That calls for a lot of smart city technologies that we think could come from the Nordics and the Baltic countries' expertise. And so we've invested heavily in connectivity, we're investing in digital skills and innovation ecosystems, and we think that the private sector comes in here to build onto those opportunities. Last but not least, tourism. I would be remiss to leave without talking about tourism, because tourism is at the heart of RDB as the institution. In many other countries, you possibly would have a Ministry of Tourism, but at RDB we have a Chief Tourism Officer. And while she's not here, I'm going to represent her and talk about some of the opportunities that we see in tourism, and I'll tell you why I think it's particularly important for this audience. We've successfully positioned ourselves as a tourism market. And maybe a quick offhand, how many of you have seen the Visit Rwanda brand? So quite successful in our tourism branding and marketing. However, now we're seeing a shift in eco-tourism opportunities, where as people become increasingly aware of the impacts of environment, there's a lot of opportunities that we see around high-end ecotourism, conservation-based tourism, the MICE, which is meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibition sector. And we think that there's really high-value sustainable tourism opportunities that, again, may align to the Nordic sustainability standards. A personal story that relates to the tourism, why I thought it was important to bring this up. I recently found out that sauna was invented, or is originally from Finland, right? And that's a product that you often see in hospitality industry or hotels and whatnot. But I don't think we've cracked the code here, because it's at the same time, I think, a healthy or a tool to improve your health, right? And so there's an opportunity here to link the tourism, the eco-friendly, and the health aspect of sauna. And so seeing that it's originating from Finland, I think it only makes sense that a few of you in the room, or maybe partners that you know back home, could look into this opportunity. I see a big proponent of the hospitality. And so I'll conclude by saying that Rwanda's ambition is really to become a reliable and forward-looking investment destination. While our market might seem modest, the mission or the vision is to become a platform for the region. And so we believe that amongst the 3 or 4 opportunities that are mentioned, plus health and education, there's truly some ripe opportunities that we can embark on and hopefully, sign some deals or some MOUs towards the end of this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. And to you, Jabari, what financial products, vehicles, or innovations is the KIFC prioritizing to attract regional and global capital flows?
Thank you, Doreen. I think I mentioned that earlier, that we are focusing, or we are happy to assist, let's say, private equity, venture capital, or even any sort of, let's say, impact investors that want to deploy capital on the continent. We have a platform, or we have, let's say, environment for them to use Rwanda as a hub. So when I say that we have a framework, that means that we have a legal framework, licensing process that is really up to, again, to international standard, from same as what you see in Luxembourg or Jersey Finance or other, let's say, advanced jurisdiction. And we believe that there is really a huge opportunity, let's say, for impact investors from Nordic countries that want to really to deploy capital and support sustainable business on the continent to leverage on what we put in place, framework, as well as tax incentives. And on top of that, we have also built now an ecosystem of service providers. My colleague Eugene was talking about talent. Talent is also important, in terms of supporting financial institutions that we are attracting. But we've done a quite good job in building an ecosystem of service providers, from legal advisors, tax advisors, to fund administrator that can help you really to set up and structure your investment fund or your impact investment fund. So that's, and then we also have actually some investors that want to set up, let's say, foundations. We also have a framework for foundations, that be it like a common benefit foundation for philanthropy. We also have framework and tax incentives for that. Second, Michelle mentioned it, we put in place a framework to attract sustainable finance or climate finance investors. I think we are one of the few countries, I think maybe one of the 2 countries that have taxonomy, right? So this is an important framework where at least investors know what is green, what is not green. So we have a framework for that, and again, tax incentives. And we also, recently, we've seen on our capital market some green bond being listed to support a green project in country. But now what we've done is to open our capital market to regional and international projects, because we have now what we call green window, where we can list actually any sort of, let's say, green project and be able to raise money, for example, in euro or in dollars. I think this is the only country on the continent where you can list your company or your project in foreign currency or in hard currency. Lastly, it's, of course, fintech. We always say that, and we are quite proud of that, to say that we are a proof of concept country. So should you have any, let's say, any idea in innovation, in technology, please consider Rwanda as your pilot country. We have a framework, we have what we call sandbox, where you can basically come and test your solution and be able to scale across the continent. And we have some examples of companies that have started in Rwanda, but now they're deploying their solution across the continent, even beyond. I think one of the cases is Zipline. Probably you've heard about this. And then lastly, I think recently we passed a framework or a legal framework for wealth management. It's also something that we want to position or to be known as a wealth management hub on the continent. Why? Because probably you might know this, the number of high net worth individuals on the continent is keep increasing, but there's no trusted jurisdiction where these people can basically keep and plan their wealth for generation. In the past, till now actually, some of them, they'll go and create, let's say, family office in Switzerland or again in Luxembourg or Dubai. So we want to change that again, and we have a framework for that. When we see more and more high net worth individuals coming to set up their, let's say, family office and their company, or to keep their basically wealth for estate planning here in Rwanda. So, and for sometimes maybe they need like some product, how to manage their wealth. So that's where maybe technology comes in as well. So wealth tech, it's also something that we are looking at. And so yeah, pretty much I would say the four products or four area impact investors, fintech, sustainable finance, and wealth management.
Thank you very much, Jean-Marie. I hope we are noting down our comments or questions because we're coming to them, back to them in a minute. And maybe, Eugene, the last question is, what one reform or investment would most accelerate Rwanda's ambition to position themselves as a regional gateway for trade from a regional perspective? What would be one of the reforms that Rwanda has to do?
Thank you, Doreen. Sorry that I'm going to keep going back to skills.
Okay.
I think Rwanda has done an amazing job in terms of trying to reform its trade and investment sectors. A lot has been said, both the speakers earlier in the morning, what we have heard from my colleagues on the panel, what we see in the media, what you can see on the different social media outlets. So much has been done. And so, therefore, we need to enhance that. But most importantly, knowledge is everything. Talk about mice. Talk about digital systems. Talk about education. Talk about pharmaceuticals. Talk about agricultural transformation. It all requires expertise. If I have the best expertise in the room, I win the market, I win the business, I progress, I get the business better than you. So in terms of really doing much, much more, let us enhance, as the government of Rwanda, enhance our investments in the skills and knowledge development. Why is this so important? I explained. Every machine will need an expert. Every hotel like here needs an expert. This microphone will need an expert in this. So these sectors that we need to invest in, they all need skills. So if we can enhance our skills through, and of course, the government has done an amazing job in terms of TVETs and all that. If we can really make them focused, targeted, so that they are answering the kind of business opportunities that are coming up. If you are saying that MICE is the way, we have the inputs in terms of personnel that will drive that. If we are talking about KIFC and we are talking about impact investors, do we have the right people to the investor advisory services to support that? So all that requires skills and expertise. But the other thing that I mentioned also is real logistics. Moving goods is, I mean, every one of us is either dressed or having something in front that has been moved from point A to point B. That is logistics. So trade and logistics are intertwined. So if we can really try and work around enhancement of the work that we've done on logistics improvement, again, that will make a difference. Last but not least, the RDB has done a fantastic job in terms of attracting investors, setting up the one-stop centers and all that. Can we do an M&E, monitoring, learning, and knowledge development? Because we need to identify where are our snag lists. For all the good stuff that we put in place, where are the snag lists so that we are able to fix them and get to the destination that we want to be? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eugene. And with that, we'll open up to the Q&A. If we'll take 3 questions. If you could kindly introduce yourself and let us know which of the panelists your question is redirected to. Protocol, if you can help us with moving mics around. There's one hand up already in the front.
Hi folks, thanks for the panel discussion. My name's Sean McLaughlin from the Challenges Group. We're a group of enterprise support organizations. So we build high-performing teams and high-performing enterprises. We do that from nano and micro, small and medium, and then investable sized businesses. And we've done it through building aggregation centers in Ghana, mobilizing smallholder farmers. And we've done it here in Rwanda with the coffee export markets in 8 different cooperatives. And we do it in multiple other 6 African countries. And we also do the same thing in Scotland. So I think it's really important to recognize that skills isn't unique to Rwanda or Africa. We have the same problem in Scotland. One of the things that we're seeing as the major barrier is the lack of willingness to pay for the pipeline. So developing an ecosystem of investable businesses takes a lot of time, takes a lot of money, takes a lot of preparatory work. People often shy away from it, so the impact investors don't want to pay for it. Most philanthropies don't want to pay for developing it. They'll do short-term, cohort-based models. So what we're looking for is long-term catalytic capital that can really connect the missing middle at the different levels. So yeah, I think it's a question to the whole panel in terms of how do we identify and unlock that missing middle catalytic capital that evens the tipping point between high-performing enterprises that really have the potential to scale and impact investment. Marcusi.
Thank you, Sean. We'll take the second one.
There's someone here.
Yes,
Someone in front.
There's someone here.
Hello, my name is JP Bach. I am chairman of a company called Industry 5. It's a family-owned business. I'm born in Denmark, live in the United States, sorry. But we are actually here, my family, because of one thing, and that is not mentioned at this conference at all. The biggest branding thing for Rwanda is, you know what? Rwanda is #1 on the rule of law's list for the entire continent. And we just finished our business in Ethiopia. Yeah, that is worthwhile. We just finished our business in a technology company or project in Ethiopia. They are number 143 on the rule of law. You know, 143. Why I'm saying that? Because I'm bragging now. Denmark is #1 in the world. And I'm sorry, Sweden. Sweden is #2, and Finland is #3. No, Norway is #2. Sorry. Finland is #3, and Sweden #4. Anyway, you might not understand how important that is. Because rule of law is about not only you have good laws, but you are actually living the laws. You actually are enforcing the laws. And I can tell you, we are here and we are observing this country, how this country look at rule of law. And we are interested in, of course, how is the custom, how is the forex, how is the work permit, how is all these practical things that when you read the law, and by the way, the Ethiopian law is one of the most beautiful laws in the world, but they don't don't live the laws. So my question is, why don't you sell that point? Because rule of law is the umbrella for everything. You can talk about good stuff, but it's all under the rule of law. And Namibia is number 2, by the way, funny enough, at the continent. Oh, thank you very much, sir. He's a very kind man. Anyway, I think rule of law is very important. And my question is, why don't you talk more about that? That's the question. Are you happy now? Very good. My question is, why don't you talk about that? I would actually have a big banner. Rule of law, number 1. Thank you.
Thank you, JP. And I'd like to request that the panelists are still around and feel free to engage them even after the discussion. We are going to take only those 2 questions. And once we are done, then we'll wrap up the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you,
Ladies first.
When it comes to questions, ladies first. Thank you, Jean-Marie. I believe the first question was around funding the missing middle. If I were to summarize it, how do we find the capital that we need or the funding that we need to be able to build bankable pipeline, right?
High-performance teams, they are building high-performance teams.
They're building high-performance teams. Thank you. That's a very crucial question because at the moment we're actually toiling with that same question at RDB, where every investor that comes to RDB, there's 2 ways to look at it. There are those that come who just want to be operators, bring a business and operate themselves, and there are those who come with capital who want to invest in investable companies, right? And there are many ESOs here in Rwanda that are also helping support SMEs, startups, etc. However, we see that there's still a bit of a gap somewhere. The capital that we think that should be going to those companies isn't going there. And the solution to that, I think, we talk about public-private partnerships, and I think this is one of the tools that could help us achieve that. What we're currently doing is actually working with development partners, right? With the likes of, I think, the British High Council, FCDO, I'll give you an example, called Manufacturing Africa, where we literally help bring on board consultants, transaction advisors to help prepare the companies or the pool of companies we identify as potential investable companies and get them to the finish line where we match, when that capital comes, they're able to match and close the transaction. So we've seen that works with development partners through different tools that are available to government. However, I think that when you bring in the private sector, there's an element of urgency and efficiency that we need so that we can quickly identify that pipeline and bring in the expertise that the private sector typically has in running businesses, the likes of yourselves, right? So operators who've done it in different places and who are willing to put in some skin in the game as well and put their money where their mouth is. And I think it's going to be a shift from just working with the development partners to identifying few key players in the markets, private players, who can help us achieve this goal. Because the middle, there's a missing link somewhere, and we've identified the same problem as well. The second question, I think, a very, very valid question. I think we've said it in different ways, perhaps. And we've talked about predictability, we've talked about robust regulatory frameworks. That, however, to your point, does not highlight that we're number 1 in rule of law on the continent. So point taken. Thank you for the feedback. Next time there'll be a banner at the back saying that we're number 1 in many other areas as well. But thank you. That's great testimony as well. And welcome to Rwanda, and we hope that by the end of your stay, you might identify a few opportunities and bring your business back to Rwanda, where there's rule of law. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Michelle. This brings
May
us
I?
to the end. Once again.
Just to gentlemen, very valid point. Actually, our presentation, as I said, our very propositions around compliance and transparency, and just below, we say that we are #1 in the rule of law for the last 5 years. So point taken, sometimes maybe I think we take it for granted because we believe that everyone knows that, but point taken, I will be highlighting it from the beginning. And for Sean, I think it's a very valid point. We need to, as a country, to really invest and actually, as a government, even to really put, I would say, money in preparing companies to be investment ready. We have already some initiatives like investment clinic under the capital market. We have Manufacturing Africa that is being, I think, developed through a partnership with the UK government, but we need to do more. But should you maybe want to have those at least that have that went through the investment clinic and are really investment ready, we can have a conversation because we have already quite a good pipeline of companies that are raising money from tech companies to green projects to manufacturing, and they are really, they have been done.
Jean-Marie, your second is up.
Yes. Thank you very much.
Brings us to the end of our very interesting conversation. A round of applause to our esteemed panelists. And, thank you very much.
A big thank you to our previous panelists on this insightful discussion on positioning Rwanda as a regional investment, finance, and trade hub. So we will be now moving from the broad investment landscape, and we will go to the role Rwanda plays in enabling businesses, particularly small and medium enterprises, to grow and scale across the continent. This panel is going to be titled Rwanda as a Gateway Catalyzing SME Growth Across Africa. It's going to explore how Rwanda is positioning itself as a strategic launchpad for entrepreneurs and companies looking to expand into African markets. I would like to welcome our moderator of the panel, Ms. Anatalia Uwamaria, a director from Trademark Africa. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, all. As introduced, my name is Anatalia Uwamaria. I lead the Business Competitiveness Work at Trademark Africa, which covers what we call the private sector-facing work. It is an honor to join you all, and it is a bigger pleasure to partner with the ambassador to ensure that this business forum comes to fruition. At Trademark Africa, we value the partnerships between private sector players, public sector, and development partners. To that point, we invest in such initiatives so that we foster linkages between businesses and the policymakers, but even more so looking at where resources are. And when it comes to SMEs, all the resources available are required to be well structured and better coordinated. In the work that we do and in the changing financial times, what we are hearing is that there is a disconnect between financing for SMEs and the products that are being developed, whether by development partners, impact investment, or other investment structures that are available. So with this panel, we are looking to bring together policymakers, private sector players that are supporting businesses, both across borders and nationally, and also looking at how do we also enhance that partnerships across the board and develop an ecosystem that works well for SMEs. With that, I would like to call to the podium the panelists for this session. First up is Ms. Natalia Jaskova, Director of Foreign Affairs at the Latvia Chamber of Commerce and Industry. You're most welcome. The second panelist is Ms. Madeline Martinelli. I'm sorry if I've butchered your name. The third panelist would be Mr. Nafstal Kazora, Head of CESAR and Export Facilitation Department at RDB. The fourth panelist is Ms. Joanna Sandberg, Executive Director, European Business Chamber of Rwanda. You're most welcome. I will kick us. I'll try and just speak loudly. All right. Sorry about that. So I will ask you to briefly introduce yourself and speak on the work that you're doing to enhance SME support, but as well as looking at how do you enhance integration of SMEs into your ecosystem. Over to you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Natalie. I'm representing Latvian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We are the largest business support organization in Latvia. We are a private unit. Our members are companies, and majority are small and medium companies. We are working in three main directions. We are developing business environment in Latvia through lobbying, advocacy, as well. We want to raise competitiveness of the SMEs. And third, our priority is export promotion and economic diplomacy.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. No, maybe it's not morning.
Still morning.
Okay. I'm Madeleine Fries-Martinell. I'm responsible for Business Sweden. Very short, Business Sweden is a state-owned company to 50%, and the other 50% is owned by the private sector. And our main mission is to support Swedish companies that wants to grow their sales globally. And we are present in 40 markets. In Africa, we have a hub in Nairobi, where I'm based, covering East Africa. And to touch on the SMEs, we have a strong mandate from the Swedish government to work and to support the Swedish SMEs that wants to grow. Yeah.
Morning. Morning. I'm Naftal. I work with Rwanda Development Board, overseeing the department in charge of Special Economic Zone Regulation, Export Facilitation, and SME support. Thank you.
Thank you, Naftal. Good morning. My name is Johanna. I work for the European Business Chamber in Rwanda. We are really here to support all of you who are incoming as from any European country or on the European continent. So we have more than 200 members, including European member states. We also work closely with other business organizations, as people here on the panel. And we do different type of activities. We ensure that our companies, they can network for opportunities, get access to information about changes and regulations in Rwanda. We also facilitate public-private dialogues. So we work closely with the whole ecosystem and incoming missions from Rwanda, among other things. Some of the countries that are represented today, we have helped incoming missions finding opportunities in Rwanda.
Thank you, and thank you all for your introduction. We've had the honor this morning of listening to our leaders speak on all the work that they're doing to enhance Rwanda's position as a gateway to the region, looking at leveraging regional economic opportunities around integration. The one that was keenly mentioned was the Africa Free Trade Continental Agreement and its implementation, and how that better catalyzes Rwanda's position, but also looking at how do we scale up on the developments that Rwanda has put into place on doing business to ensure that we are scaling the role of SMEs. So if I look at your experience within the Latvia Chamber of Commerce, what would you say are the three key characteristics that would enable an SME to scale up beyond the domestic market and access regional or global markets?
Thank you for the question. Rwanda is the land of 1,000 lakes. Latvia is the land of blue lakes. It also 1,000. We have about 3,000 lakes. We also have Baltic Sea. And sea links us with Finland, Denmark, and Sweden. Our region, of course, high competition. And SMEs, if they run the companies, want to enter market in Europe, should know that Europe is not only one continent, but it's so many different countries. And market knowledge is the first thing that companies in Rwanda should have partners who would help to explore differences, cultural differences, market differences. But at the same time, we are Europe. And we have similar standards, regulations, and it's very important, quality, safety, sustainability standards, understanding of certification, and European buyers value long-term partnership. And that's why it means that SMEs should think about stable logistic, stable product capacity, and of course, strong branding. It's important in our region to have branding, digital present, and start with investment in the export promotion. These are very important things, and a few weeks ago I did a lecture about the trends in exporting. The main trends in exporting, e-commerce. People don't like to go to the shops, they like to order. And e-commerce, it allows companies, even in Rwanda or even in Latvia, we are quite small countries, but we are export-oriented. It's to customer-based platforms. It's very important. Second, it's AI. AI helps with digital presence, with data. And before to start exporting, AI tools could help to be prepared, even translate your web page to so many languages.
Thanks, Natalia. So just to bring that closer to home, you mentioned this is what needs to happen for an SME to have presence or to be successful in Europe. What is your chamber doing to bridge the gap? So there is a huge distance, as you've mentioned. So you've mentioned e-commerce, you've mentioned AI. Are there specific things that your chamber is doing that businesses here, either those from the Nordic countries or those in Rwanda, can try to leverage so that then we are fulfilling on the opportunities that exist?
The biggest advantage, I didn't hear it today, that's why it's my first time zone. It's so easy to work with Rwanda. We have the same time zone. That means normal working hours. It's much easier than work with Asia or with USA. This is very important advantage to our region and to Rwanda. Our chamber is a chamber in all around the globe. We are bridges builders. We're building bridges, and if not like just talking about some digital advantages, but if you're talking of practical instruments, of course, business visits. In our chamber, we are not organizing business visits, but we are also hosting, and that's why Rwanda business representatives, you are welcome to come to our country. B2B matchmaking, sector-focused collaboration, the same as private sector federation. We also are covering Latvian associations. So that means it's very important to link companies between sectors. And these are the main tools, but also our network of representatives. Now, Latvian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we have our network, and why today, even here in this forum, we have representative of our chamber in Rwanda, representative from Namibia, representative from Benin. We have also representative in Uganda, in Ghana, and more than 64 countries all around the globe. And this is really important that we have local strong partnership.
Okay, thank you. Probably in your parting shot, you can speak to as well how we get to know about these people, how do we reach out to them? So maybe that could be in your closing. I'll move on to Madeline. Business Sweden has been successful in supporting SMEs to set up in foreign markets, for example, get their necessary business intelligence. That's a Swedish model that we've tried to replicate across different African countries by the fact that we support private sector players through apex institutions like the Private Sector Federation. What would you say is the key success factor behind Business Sweden? And what are those key things that you do to ensure that businesses successfully set up in foreign markets?
Thank you very much. And I think that it always starts from the tone from the top, and that is where it starts. Our Swedish government, as I mentioned before, has an ambition to support SMEs. And in practice, it means that we from Business Sweden, we have got a mandate to support SMEs with different kind of programs. So some are free, some are subsidized. So it can be like export coaching, market insights, validation, business to business, matchmaking, local competence, introduction to universities, etc. So it's very much about the local introduction. The second thing that I also believe is a success factor from a Swedish perspective is we have what we call Team Sweden. So we work very closely with, number one, with our colleagues from the embassy. We work with our Swedish Development Organization. We have export credit agencies. We have a SWED fund. So together we form what we call Team Sweden, where we all have different kind of resources and where we support the SMEs. And that's something that we have learned and experienced. Feedback from the SMEs is that they appreciate it because they feel that they are in good hands. Then I also want to mention the third one, which our ambassador mentioned, the triple helix approach, which is also something that we have the key collaboration between the universities, with the government, with the industries and the companies, where also we see that the SMEs can take part and learn and also do pilots. So it's like a bit of mentoring to scale up. So, and the last one I think is also very important is to mention that the focus needs to be for the SMEs to understand the market they're going to, how do they reduce the risks, remove barriers, and to really understand what is the real market strategy, because as an SME, you don't have that high risk appetite, so that's where we can support them and give guidance. So I think those are the ones that I think I believe are the key success factors.
And what, from your experience, are the greatest opportunities, one or two, between Nordic companies and, say, Rwandan or East African SMEs for that matter?
Can I only mention two? I have 5.
Okay.
So, but I think it was really good, and that's what Michelle from RDB mentioned. It was like music for my ears because it was exactly spot on. I think when we talk about like the green transition, the climate solutions, from a Swedish perspective, we are very strong there, or a Nordic perspective, I would say, in the renewable energy from new generations to distributions to transmissions. also biogas, circular economy, the water management, so and smart meterings. And I think here, to be very concrete opportunities, I think this is well paired with African need for scalable green solutions. And I see African SMEs can be local implementation partners with the local know-how and the local competence. So I think that's one. Then we also spoke about the digitalization and the fintech. And again, we bring strong competence in that area within the cybersecurity, e-governance, etc. And I think here we can work together with SMEs like joint ventures and to develop solutions adjusted for the market or adapted for the market. Another one is, of course, health and life science, where we're also strong from the Nordics when it comes to medtech, vaccines, diagnostics, pharmaceutical. And I believe here also we can work with SMEs with the know-how again, distribution channels, and also with like looking into different kind of commercial models where the local SMEs have more competence. So I think that can be a very good match. So that was 3.
Thank you, Madeleine. Naftal, I think your work has been made a lot easy by the amount of work that is truly evident that has been done in enhancing the business environment in Rwanda, but also Rwanda's role within the East African community, COMESA, and the AFCFTA as well. What is the government of Rwanda doing to practically help the better integration of SMEs into not only regional markets, but also global markets?
Thank you. Thank you, moderator. Maybe I'll start by shedding light on the SME landscape in Rwanda. By 2024, over 98% of the businesses were SMEs. SMEs contributed to 33% of our GDP, and they employed over 2.5 million. That shows how SMEs are backbones of our economy. Yeah, on what Rwanda is doing to facilitate SMEs to transition from local producing for local consumption to export. Maybe much has been said in the morning, but I'll repeat it. One is streamlined regulatory framework. And of course, institutional framework, institutional reforms like creation of a one-stop center at RDB, where it is easier for our SMEs to access services. In our department in particular, we dwell much in capacity building or capacity upgrade. SMEs, most of the SMEs are either family businesses or with few inexperienced employees. So we always facilitate them, especially what I didn't say, maybe for us as a department, we focus on SMEs with potential to export. That's where we are limited. Of course, work hand in hand with others like our Minister of Trade, private sector to facilitate, but we are focused on SMEs with potential to export. So on capacity building, we realize that most of them do not have basic knowledge of bookkeeping, compliance with standards. So we prepare them. It is a export coaching course which we conduct together with partners. We have partners here like Temea, they have supported us, and other partners. Maybe I won't dwell into much, but capacity building geared towards upgrading their knowledge, know-how, governance to be able to be ready to export. We also facilitate them in market linkage. On their behalf, because of their capacity, we do market intelligence, and we try to link them with such markets where we think their products are competitive via facilitating them to attend expos, business forum, road shows, and RDB partially foots the bill for space and other, depending on how we have accessed finance, but we co-finance these endeavors of market access. The other thing, we also facilitate them in certification to be able to meet the requirement for their respective markets. We also, as the first presenter said, we facilitating them to transition to digital trade, e-commerce. We started by partnering with digital platform, international and regional, but we are slowly but surely instituting the e-commerce programs into our higher education institute, but also trying to scale up the entrepreneurs, SMEs, with that knowledge to be able to use digital platforms. The other thing is access to finance, which is very key. Most of these SMEs need money to finances to either expand or buy raw materials or equipment. So we do facilitate them to link them with various financiers. And of course, advocacy as a promotion agency for the government to establish some flexible financing schemes tailored for SME exporters. Thank you.
Thanks, Naftal. So on the flip side of that, there's what you do for SMEs. There is also what you do to facilitate and attract investment into Rwanda, or position Rwanda as a gateway. So how do you work together, say, with the Latvia Chamber of Commerce or Business Sweden or any other, say, Nordic or Baltic Chamber of Commerce to identify and present the opportunities that lie in Rwanda?
Like the chief investment said in the morning, as I said, I'm in charge of special economic zone and export facilitation, but in RDB, we have an investment marketing department dedicated for attracting investors in the sectors. But across the board, as I said, we work hand in hand with partners. European Union, I didn't mention them. They facilitate us in this endeavor. The GIZ, Temea, I had already mentioned it. Agra in agro-processing. So that said, we still need support. We still need partners to help us. It's a drop in an ocean, much as I said, 98%. It is a drop in an ocean, so they are welcome to partner with us, and we try, facilitating our SMEs to transition from local production to export. Thank you.
Thanks, Naftal. So we move to the investor perspective. We've had what's currently being done, but from your experience, maybe just share one or two things about what your members are saying about investing in Rwanda. Is what has been shared, that has been done, true? And then what do you feel is the most attractive component for Rwanda that would sell Rwanda as a gateway?
Okay, so I'm going to answer that with a small exercise. If Brian from Bestseller, if you can stand up. Gabriel from Bag Innovation, if you can stand up. If we have any other members in EPCR, you can also stand up. If you are already based in Rwanda and are from the Nordic or Baltic countries, maybe you can stand up. Great. So what you are seeing in this room is there is maybe 5 people in between you, between decision makers, other companies. You already have like a business community here of Nordic and Baltic companies that have set up their business in Rwanda. And I think that's one of the real strengths that we have in our ecosystem of why it also makes it easier to, you are allowed to sit down again, but these people, they're already here, and they're also your friends. If you see them more today, if you have questions, feel free also to reach out to the people who are already here and in this ecosystem. But we are close to decision makers. We are close to each other. As a chamber, we have European companies part of the chamber. We also have the embassies as part of the chamber and development partners. So that's one of the things that are really strong in this city of Kigali and in Rwanda is we are close to each other. So that's number one. Number two is that you can actually influence, you can have influence on policies, and we do have public-private dialogues with the government. So it's also a society that is really developing from a private sector perspective. I opened my company 10 years ago in Rwanda in HR, and so this is my 10th year of investing in Rwanda. And I'm really happy to see that we have more and more companies that are staying here long-term, that are not only here for like a short visit, but that it actually makes sense to stay here longer. So we also have a new Danish embassy. So we see that there is a Nordic interest in developing these partnerships between I'm also Danish, by the way, so I'm really proud and happy to see this forum taking place, and this second edition is happening, because we want to see more of these partnerships and businesses arriving in Rwanda. Then I have also, maybe I could mention that in the 10 years that I have invested and done business in Rwanda, and I would say, at least for the majority also of our members, that we don't really experience corruption. So that's a major thing you can be proud of in Rwanda. That in general things are really done the good way, and if there's any problems, you also have authorities, when we are talking about rule of law, that take these things really serious. And it makes the whole difference when you are doing business, that you have some predictability in what you are planning. On the challenge side, things are also changing quick. In Rwanda, new rules and regulations are happening, and that's why this conversation between the government and the business community needs to continue to take place, because with all the things they are trying to approve, sometimes it also goes really fast, and it can be hard for the businesses to follow. But I think in general, it's a two-sided thing, because we also need the rules and regulation for predictability. But Rwanda is pushing for development. I hope I answered, but I hope you get a feeling of this room, because it's not just today you are close to decision makers. If you are in Rwanda, it is a closed system, and we are close to each other, and it really makes a difference when you are investing in Rwanda. And maybe just the ease of doing business. They said 6 hours. It would be nice to see that is challenged today. So it is easy to set up in Rwanda, but of course it does not mean that it's easy to do business. And that's Rwanda, or if it's Denmark, we are challenged wherever we are, but for different reasons. And that's where RDB One Stop Center, EBCR, the Private Sector Federation, we're all here to try to support that ecosystem and make it a little easier as we go along. Yeah, thank you.
So thanks, Joanna. As a follow-up to your question and your exercise, it would be good to know, how are you positioning Rwanda as the European Business Council? So you've asked how many businesses have come and set up in Rwanda. How many are you able to support to set up in Rwanda to access the wider African market? Is that possible, or what type of partnerships do you have in place, whether with other chambers or with national governments, just to ensure that this opportunity, while Rwanda is the center stone or the corner or the pillar of it, it presents a humongous opportunity beyond Rwanda? So how do we leverage your role in positioning the country?
So number one, I don't feel we have a limit. We can receive everybody and be helpful to everybody who wants to come to Rwanda. As a European Business Chamber, we are part of a greater network of European chambers. So you also have a chamber in Kenya. There's one that is coming in Uganda. There's one in Ethiopia. There's 20 European business chambers in Africa. We are coordinating this year from the Rwandan office, so we are really in contact across the continent. And through our chamber, also RDB, you really have access to all the other markets. So if you have interest, if you have questions that are for East Africa, we are really happy to connect you into the broader landscape. There's so many opportunities here and in East Africa, and as the countries are growing and the economies are growing, it's really important that we create these partnerships, and I think there's an ecosystem to be of support to anybody who comes here.
Thank you for that. We will open up for a round of questions, and as that's coming along, I will ask the panelists to prepare their parting shots. Two things. If I need information on what you do for SMEs or for businesses, either Nordic, Baltic, Rwandan, East African, how do I get to you? If I want to partner with you, how do I get to you? And then the last one is anything you would like to share about your experience over the last few days in Rwanda. So over to the questions. We'll take 2 or 3 questions and then wind up the panel.
I see Diane. I feel like she needs to open. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Where is the mic? There is a mic going around. It's in the back.
Thank you so much. It's not a question, it's an idea. I want, first of all, to commend the panel and the previous one, and to say that my impression is that we have the one-stop center here, a bigger one-stop center, not the one sitting at RDB, a bigger one. And I want to advocate for SMEs, especially those from Sweden, because you have Business Sweden in the room. And I know the government of Sweden also supported SMEs through a guarantee fund, a security guarantee fund, through I&M and BK Bank, which is very commendable. And also the government of Denmark did the same through Banque Populaire, BPR. So my advocacy is for SMEs that are sitting here, including IVS Health. I see them as potential and future zipline, if they are supported in the right way. And the fact that we also have Trademark Africa in the room, I think we can break all the barriers for Nordic SMEs to grow and to find their space in the big industry here in Rwanda, especially when their work or solutions are dedicated to priority sectors like the health sector. So my suggestion is during the B2Bs, let's try to talk concrete things. How can we support these SMEs that have already a memorandum of understanding with line ministries or with partnership with small companies here in Rwanda? How can we support them to grow so that next year we see the impact of these SMEs? The next comment is to you, Joanna. I like the fact that you are here today and you were here last year. I just wanted to emphasize on what we've been discussing. I think the most difficult thing we face it's to attract companies to come and see what is happening here. Because Rwanda is well positioned as a hub, and embassies are doing their job, RDB, the government of Rwanda, diplomacy, our counterpart ambassadors support us. But when you look at, for example, what is on social media, it's not easy for Nordic companies or even academic institutions to come here. You know how toxic social media can be. You spoke about rule of laws. And Michelle replied very well. We tried to elaborate on this, but there are some misinterpretation. I was born in this country, and I'm a testimony of the rule of law in this country, and we've been actually holding this top position over the past 5 years, since 2021. And rule of law means that everyone is regulated by the same law. Everyone, including leaders, including opposition leaders, including those who pretend to be opposition leaders. But when it comes, for example, to journalists facing the law in this country, or in some African countries, or opposition leaders, it's called dictatorship. That's how the social media characterize this and describe this. I just wanted to emphasize the fact that our leaders, our government has really managed to position ourselves as top, the position in rule of law is something very important that shouldn't be described in a very biased manner. So feel comfortable to invest in Rwanda. If you are treated by anyone, if it's a leader, if it's an ambassador, if it's a relative of one of the leaders, say it, disclose it. So that's what means rule of law. So Joanna, let's help each other to attract companies here, to make sure that they come. I always tell Nordic people that I meet, it just take a visit to Rwanda, to come and put your feet here to understand that this is a particular country that is trying to grow and to rebuild itself. We have challenges, but when you come and help us to address these challenges, you are most welcome. So I'm happy to have you as a collaborator. We have another event next year. I think I mentioned this to you, and it's an event that is very dear to my heart. It's around the health sector. We are going to host the Nordic Africa Health Summit in 2027. The first edition was hosted in Sweden last month. It was a success. So next year, we gather here in Rwanda with your support, with the support of all these ambassadors and companies that have something to do with health. And I know everything has to do with health. And Trademark Africa will be with us. So Joanna, B2B, you and I tomorrow, and we talk about how to attract more companies here. Once they are here, I think the task is very easy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Diane. With that, I will hand back over to the panel for your parting shots.
On October, I had a meeting with Excellency Ambassador of Rwanda to Latvia, Lambert Dushmimana. He came to Riga. He invited us to participate on that forum. And together with him and Rwanda Development Board, we organized the webinar, Gateway to Rwanda. Simple 2 meetings, one offline, one online, but very positive result. First Latvian business delegation in Kigali. Thank you so much. Chambers, our main role is to build trust and facilitate contacts. And I hope that companies will use these opportunities. Thank you to be here.
So I would like to say that I'm more than happy if you want to connect and learn more from a Business Sweden perspective when it comes to market insights and, of course, financing or business-to-business matchmaking. My experience of Rwanda, I came yesterday evening, but I've been here before, and I always feel it's so green, and it's a feeling of innovation in the air. And I also feel that there is a country where it's not, you don't talk, it's actually happening. So really, congratulations to Rwanda.
Thank you. Maybe I'll invite, as I said, SMEs contributing a big portion of our economy. I'll invite anyone in the room to support or come and invest it. If you want to onboard, as my leader said, Rwanda, LDB is the gateway. We have one-stop center with delegated staff from all regulatory agencies. You register in 6 hours. If you are coming for manufacturing, special economic zone regulation is also embedded in LDB. We issue all the requirement. So please come and invest and come and partner with us to grow our SMEs. Thank you.
So, thank you for the invitation for tomorrow. I'm very happy to have this type of conversations. How do we attract and retain investors in Rwanda? So I also really encourage everybody who is in the room, don't just be smitten for a few days. Like, we want the long-term love story to happen. And we really have people here who can help you down the road when you decide you want to invest your time and energy. Because when you do that, it's also money, so it needs to become successful. So really take all the resources that is in this room, know that RDB is there, the European Business Chamber is there, partners, embassies are there, Trademark, there's a big ecosystem, and continue to have the conversation. So you don't go home and you had a good time and you can say nice stories about Rwanda. We want to turn that into real opportunities that you are also going to be happy for, that you came this time around, but that you also will continue to come back to Rwanda. And we are here to do that. We are supported by our EU delegation in Rwanda. It also means that there is some resources in doing this promotion and doing this work. So really take that as an opportunity that we have some resources to support you, but also doing more business promotion in Europe. I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanna, and thank you to all the panelists. Unfortunately, we did not have that much time, but I'm hoping that the information provided here gives you an opportunity to start your inquiry if you haven't already. As mentioned, there is quite a number of people here that can help you with information. What we want to see is an actualization of the deals beyond, as she said, being smitten by Rwanda. It is a fantastic country to operate in, to live in, but we would like to see a lot of your businesses actualized here. Rwanda is open, East Africa is open. Thank you very much. It has been an honor listening to you all and moderating this session.
Thank you. Thank you.
Another round of applause to our panelists for that engaging conversations on how Rwanda is catalyzing SME growth across Africa and not only East Africa. And in this moment, I would like to invite Mr. Zaman from 6G AI Sweden to share a few words with us. Welcome, Mr. Zaman.
Excellencies, ambassadors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I have to learn from my ambassador. Salutation must be completed. Salutation must be done properly. First of all, I would like all of you to feel very welcome in Rwanda. While I was flying yesterday to Rwanda, I had a speech prepared for myself. This morning, when I was having breakfast, I've rewritten that speech. But while I was sitting here, I realized all those what I wanted to say does not make any sense. So Please forgive me if I'm going to say something completely different. I believe the true success for any nation, a person, whatever it is, you need to be passionate about what you want to do. I met the Rwanda ambassador in Singapore just for 15 minutes when we were coming down from the Businessmen's Club, Tower Club, and within 15 minutes he captured my attention. I met him at the embassy. I came to Stockholm. Ambassador Diane, she has been persistent, constant persistent, that you must put Rwanda in your heart. So all the people I've met from Rwanda so far, I could say only one thing. They are passionate about one simple thing, and that's build the nation and build Africa. So Rwanda is not Rwanda. Rwanda is Africa. This is my first visit. However, I like to say I'm very happy to be here today because my company, which I used to run back in the 90s and early 2000, a company called Millicom International Cellular, we have invested in Africa more than 25 years. And Rwanda was one of the hubs we have invested. So coming back here, it's a great pleasure and a great honor to be here, stand in front of you and speak something. So if you allow me to take this speech completely fast forward to something, because we heard big plans, things, so allow me to highlight not something big, but something mega. In 2026, if we look today, there is a huge controversy, discussion, investments in AI. We came here to discuss and invest in AI in Africa, but through Rwanda. Sweden, that's where I grew up, last 50 years of my life. And I love my country. The reason I love my country, because I've loved one thing. If you build something in Sweden, because your country is so small, it has to be world-class, it has to be perfect product, so you can sell it to the world. Back in the early 80s, when our chairman, Mr. Stenbeck, built world's first mobile telephony company in Sweden in 1981. And the second company we built was called Vodafone. I had the pleasure of serving in that company many years and helping building quite a lot of businesses. We had two major companies in Sweden, Kinnevik Group, Millicom, Tele2, MTG, Modern Times Group, and our newspaper company called Metro. We had 130 telephone company, 60 television channels, 87 newspapers. And we also had Ericsson, another group from our country, who are building equipment, and we are being the operator. In the 80s and the 90s, Sweden was in the forefront in telecommunications. However, if we look at 2026, we are roughly 3 to 4 years behind. We, including Europe, behind America. Why? Because America had a head start, NVIDIA was there, and they had also a number of American operating companies like Oracle, like AWS, Microsoft, and so on. So now, what I would like to tell you today, does it mean that we are far behind and we are not going to be able to catch up? No. The mega picture is something completely different. It's the paradigm shift. In the mobile telephony era, paradigm shift came and it ran for 30 years. But in the world of artificial intelligence, this is going to be changing every 3 to 4 years. So US has a huge head start, but now if we look at today, 2026, it's again the paradigm shift of the artificial intelligence and data center business. Why? First and foremost, there's going to be silicon diversity. That means, other than NVIDIA, there'll be AMD, Huawei, many other companies are coming out today, new generation silicons, new generation GPUs. Other than that, there will be a lot of European companies are also going to develop very specific type of GPUs, which will be able to solve very specific solutions. So that's number one. Number two, what's happening in the world of computing power? Mega factories have been built with many gigawatts power in US. Now Europe is building many gigawatts power data centers in Europe and so on. But in 2026 and 2027, this is going to change because now we are talking to building the data centers in space. Mr. Elon Musk is taking a lead. China is taking a lead. I think there's going to be a completely new paradigm shift. At the same time, if we look at what happened last year in the last quarter, NVIDIA invested $1 billion in Nokia. Nokia was a rising star in late 90s, early 2000 in the world of telecom, but then started to losing the market share. But only a few months ago, NVIDIA invested $1 billion. What does it mean? It means the computing power is going to be brought to the base station level. That means it's going to be paradigm shift in a complete different way. What does that mean for us? Us, I mean, Nordic, Baltic, Europe, Rwanda, Africa, Asia. It's a new race is beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to tell you, please listen to my last numbers. How big is that race? Then you will understand why we need to unite ourselves, why we need to work together, and what are the things what we need to put forward to make this happen. Let me take you back another few months. Mr. Larry Ellison, he has been the biggest investor in the AI. When he announced that he's going to invest X amount of megawatts of power, and he actually borrowed $106 billion. He issued $12 billion bond. And suddenly, his market cap, he became the richest man of the world. It's in one single sector, in the sector of artificial intelligence. Okay, so what do we learn from this? That there is a room for major new race where we can start controlling our destiny. If we look at the American policies, that they would like to control the data through their Data Act, Privacy Act, they would like to control all the American companies like AWS, Oracle, CoreWeave, Lambda Lab, Cruise Energy, everybody. American government has the power to order them, give us your data, and they will have to do it without even asking a question. This is why it's going to be so important for us to own our own GPUs, own our own data centers, so we can control our own data. What is data for us? I think all of you know much, much better than me that biggest and most precious diamonds of the world come from Africa. How come Africa still have financially not so successful standing? because Africa has not been able to control the asset, the diamond they had. It has been taken out by somebody else, sold by somebody else, and Africa made a very small amount of money. If we go back to time of Mr. Mansa Musa, Africa was again the continent of gold. So are we going to sit down and let things happen in the world of data? Because our data is nothing other than liquid gold for ourselves. This is why, if you look at the last 1 year, European Union, our leaders have been working very hard to create European data centers, European artificial intelligence hub. Now, I'd like to come to the final point. How big is the market? If you think about it, that Mr. Larry Ellison, only one single investor, he wanted to invest multiple gigawatts of capacity in US. Then, if we look at the entire African continent, if we just build 1 gigawatt capacity of data centers, which is only 500,000 GPUs, which is nothing compared to the global context, then I think we will be getting started somewhere. So now, my question to you, do you have any idea how much money do you really need to build this 1 gigawatt of data centers in Africa? Starting with Rwanda. 1 gigawatt data center building cost would be somewhere between $8 to $10 billion. Now, if we are putting in 5 in that data center, it's going to be $31 billion. So that's the kind of size of opportunities in Africa today. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you should be part of it and make it together with the Rwandan leadership.
Thank you very much. Building on this very interesting insights just shared, we now move to our next panel discussion focused on emerging technologies, AI, and 6G. Opportunities for Africa and Nordic collaboration. The panel will be moderated by Mr. Antoine Severa, Chief Executive Officer of Rwanda Information Society Authority. Mr. Severa, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's not very common to talk about AI before lunch, and I hope we will be using less technical terms, not to stress you a little bit more. So, my name is Antoine Severa. I am the CEO of the Rwanda Information Society Authority, the main government implementing agency in terms of digital transformation. And today I have a special panel. You've seen one of them who has actually greatly facilitated the conversation here. With a round of applause, allow me to welcome the chairman, Mr. Zaman, to the panel. Mr. Zaman is the founding chairman and CEO of 6J AI, and of course, he has also mentioned a couple of companies and great investment he has made over the years, including Africa. We're also joined today by Mr. Thomas Ekman, the managing director of 6J AI. With a round of applause, please welcome him. Also be calling Mr. Matt Landquist, the vice president, Chama University of Technologies. Please join him with welcome in a round of applause. Last but not least, Mr. Alexej, who is the managing director of X-Infotech. Thank you. And I understand this panel is going to be only 30 minutes. We're going to be briefly discussing about emerging technologies. There's virtually no conference where you go without people talking about AI, increasingly. And we just returned from the Mobile World Congress. AI is everywhere. We're preparing for 6G. We're trying to catch up with 5G and 4G, but already thinking about 6G. And the Nordic countries have also had very successful stories. We've seen a lot of good digital transformation projects in Estonia, but also in Sweden, with a lot of unicorns that were created from there. Who remember Skype? Yeah, I'm not trying to guess your age. So some of us used it long ago. So the panelists today will help us cover key topics in emerging technologies and how we can make sense of them in this partnership that we are contemplating. Let me start with the chairman here. He already spoke a bit about his company. I'll skip this part of the introduction and maybe ask him about data and technology sovereignty. You sort of alluded on it. We have on one side the US, China, and the EU, what they are doing. Very big investment we're seeing in the US. This target was $450 billion, announced by President Trump. We see mega projects. You just mentioned $30 billion. Can we invest, can we find the money to invest in that? Should we invest in the large language model, or should we do things differently for the continent? Mr. Zaman, please.
I think we need to look at a couple of things. Number one, when you are investing $31 billion in buying GPUs and another $8 to $10 billion in building the infrastructure, what is the value of that investment day after tomorrow? Roughly 8 times. So if we're looking at $40 billion investments, the value of that investment is going to be $320 billion. Now, I talked about only 1 gigawatt. Africa probably need 8 to 10 gigawatts. So $320 billion value creation, we can see it in Africa. Now, why I say build this with Rwanda for only one reason. Because when you create a value, whoever invests that money, the $40 billion, they would like to be able to capture some of those $320 billion valuation. And that valuation requires good governance, non-corruption, full transparency, and also educated workforce, passionate about building something. So that's one thing. The other thing I would like to say that is, even in Europe, we have been very good at using a word called exit. The minute a company become $5 billion company, $10 billion company, we are exit. So you hardly see a $1 trillion company in Sweden. There, Americans are very different. I went to school in US, I went to school in Sweden, I worked in both places. Mindset in Americans, they build something for a long time. That's why you see the $1 trillion company. I think we could learn from them on that particular aspects. We can build something for long term. Whoever coming as a foreign investor, I think there is a huge potential with a level playing field created by the government, good governance, non-corruptions, and protecting foreign investors' interest. I think there is a huge possibilities of attracting those money, and filtering through Rwanda is I think is a huge opportunity we are sitting on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. 320 billion potential return on investment. But when we turn back a bit in the beginning, the early years of the internet, we had a bubble. A lot of investment was made at the early stage companies that started on the internet that went burst. Now, maybe let me turn to Alexej and ask this question. Are we going to see a different story today with a lot of investment going into AI? Are we going to see the promises, especially on the African continent?
So I actually hear this question a lot because I'm related to this technology. Like our company also explore AI a lot, and I have technical background myself. So all my friends, especially those who have no, let's say, IT background always approach me and ask, oh, do you know whether those big American companies are going to crash at some point? Are our investments safe? What should we do? And I'm telling them, there is a very good analogy with this dot-com bubble. In early 2000s, we could see a lot of even stupid ideas or ideas where customers were not ready for them, were actually attracting a lot of investors' money, like social network for pets could raise like millions of dollars. And of course, all those individual companies, they failed. But the investments they attracted helped us to build the infrastructure. So internet is still here. We're using it on a daily basis. We build fiber networks. We build the data centers. We developed the internet standards, the browsers. And I see the same pattern here with the AI. Even sometimes the same people who were behind the dot-com bubble are now behind some AI companies. I will not say names, but you can Google it. And I see a similar pattern. If we look at Anthropic, for example, like I'm using Claude Code myself on a daily basis. And there were studies that this $200 subscription or $200 Cursor subscription actually gives you a 5,000 USD worth of tokens. So those technologies are heavily subsidized right now. And these companies in the nearest future will have a huge challenge how to monetize it. Right now, this subsidization is used to actually make us dependent on this technology. For example, I know IT companies who write 0 lines of code manually. They all rely on those agents. And what is going to happen when there won't be those investors' money anymore to keep subsidizing? But even if those individual companies are going to fail, we have the technology. We can build solutions based on the open models. We can, probably there will be new players who will be able to do the same implementation, but with a better business model. And there is actually no issue with the current AI development to be a bubble. So we survived the dot-com bubble, we are going to survive this AI bubble, if we can call it so.
Thank you, absolutely agree. Internet is still here. But you spoke about agent being able to code, and I think it's the same for different jobs, HR, accounting. Are we going to lose our jobs?
It's a very hard question. When I was preparing for this panel, I was trying not to be alarmist as much as possible, you know? And, oh, it's not mine, sorry. And I believe that we can find a solution, especially here in Africa, while Europe should think more about regulations, about their data protection, and all those really important things, the AI safety dependency on those big companies in US. Africa should also do it in parallel, but in the meantime, they need to use this opportunity to do this so-called leapfrog and actually reach the same level of development as the Western countries. Because when I look at the AI technology, what I see is like it's the greatest equalizer that we ever had in the history of human kind. So here in Africa, if we be pragmatic enough, we can keep our jobs and we can actually build more jobs, so we can take people out of poverty. which is not the case probably for US, because we've seen that Amazon was firing thousands of people recently, other companies. But here in Africa, we have completely different problems and completely different story.
Thank you very much for that. Let me turn to Thomas a little bit. The Nordic region has global leadership in innovation, telecom, the likes of Nokia, Ericsson that were created there, and of course digital governance. I mentioned the example of Estonia. What can Africa learn from the Nordic model, and what do you see as the strongest opportunity for collaboration with Africa?
Thank you, and thank you all excellencies and ladies and gentlemen also for inviting us to this conference. It's a great opportunity for us to come here. I think building on that, it's actually building on Mrs. Aman's speak also. We're coming from the Nordic countries are typically small, but one thing that we have really learned from the beginning, which my Danish friend also brought up here, is the rule of law, that we actually build a society around rule of law, and that in turn builds the trust. And the trust in that is also needed in order to build sustainable, good businesses. And being small as a country, then you immediately think, as Mr. Mann said also, you immediately think that we need to do something for the world. And then we need to build products and services that are world-class in order for us to be able to export them. Because Sweden, as a country, for example, or Norway, Denmark, and Finland, are too small to run a global business in. So we need the other parts of the world. And that's why we have learned how to do that. And if you go around the world, if you take companies, as you mentioned, like Ericsson, for example, you can find a switch from Ericsson, you can find in every corner in the world. Or you can find some other parts from other Swedish companies in other parts of the world where everybody else has not been. But we have been there. And we bring that with us when we also export our knowledge and also into services and industries. And I think that whole thing relies on that we trust each other, we build companies that are world-class from the beginning, and we have the export in mind from start. And I think that with that mindset, you don't need to export yourself, but if you have that mindset, then you will also be building companies and societies that are world-class within your country. So you don't need sort of have the export mindset actually, but if you put it on in your own country, then you will succeed. And I think it's also interesting what Alexi mentioned there about how the previous bubble. I had the opportunity to be very active during the internet era. That's also where I met Ms. Saman actually, where I wanted to launch companies in Southeast Asia and so forth. And I think the important part is that there will always be investments in companies that are sort of bursting because they are too light, they are not in the infrastructure space. So there will be overvaluations, but that happens in all technology shifts. It happens when the steam engine came, it happens when the railroad came, so it always happens. But the usage of internet, I mean, where we will be without internet, as Alexi said, I mean, we would be nothing. So I think that's important. And in all these turmoils, it also creates a shift of jobs. A lot of jobs were shifted out when the steam engine came, but exchange. But we actually don't work less now. We work more. So we find the humans are very creative in this, and we will find new ways of working when we use AI. And it's a great opportunity.
Thanks, absolutely. Rule of law and also building world-class organization toward export. We, as Rwanda, we look at ourselves as a gateway to the rest of the continent. So we're trying to build the next Ericsson for the continent and the next Nokia. So in that respect, let me turn a bit to Matt as well. If we want a strong Africa-Nordic cooperation on emerging technologies to succeed, what concrete actions should happen in the next foreseeable future?
Oh, thank you for that question, and great to be here. Chalmers University of Technology is an entrepreneurial university in Gothenburg, and we've been decades now working here in Rwanda. We're very proud to do that, and we have co-created together with University of Rwanda a Unipod, a makerspace, not very far from here, walking distance, where students from all over University of Rwanda are connecting with the latest technologies. There are centers for drones, there are centers for this and that around this makerspace. And when they do that, they also go into what are the needs that we can see around us here in Rwanda, but also in Africa. And that is extremely important. So I'm not just the vice president, I'm a professor of entrepreneurship as well. So for me, taking the technology to the use is such a central learning experience you need to gain. And I see that happening. It has to then affect our educational system even more. And I'm not just talking about Africa and Rwanda, I'm talking about the whole higher education system, which was not mentioned here, but the lower entry jobs are not easy to get for young people because of AI. So we need to think about what skills are there that will be better than what AI will offer, right? So students already use AI, so they get the answers. You were making that point, and I think it's a great point that it's very egalitarian in one sense. But it's the students that connect themselves with situations where there are needs, who build the relationships with the users, with the other people in the team that can make it happen, and of course connect also with all the financing and also regulatory aspects that have been touched upon here. So we need to train students to know how to do that while getting also more traditional domain-based degrees. But the domain-based degrees, accounting, law, etc., are being reshaped as we speak. So it's much more about how human creativity, human interaction, also connecting, of course, to AI and the internet, develops next generation leaders, but also next generation's professionals. And good news, I think you're in it. And good news, we are transitioning a lot of how we look at education also in Sweden and in Chalmers. And we believe very much in making a bridge. That word has been used quite a lot this morning, and I like that word. I want to state my view on what that bridge is, and then I will, could talk forever for this question, but I will round off with that. So I think it's not just as it used to be to push out products and export them as quickly as possible, which used to be the way things were done. I honestly think we all are learners in this knowledge economy. We are learners about how to use AI in healthcare in Sweden as much as here. We might be able to quicker figure out how to use health data here than authorities are allowing us to do in Sweden. Well, let's be responsible and learn from each other and build bridges between ourselves, and then figure out when and how we can responsibly test and scale new innovation. The bridge will then be a two-way bridge. And for very often privileged Swedes, we need to deal with this entrepreneurial uncertainty. So we need to get out there. We need to see the real problems. We are way too much hiding in our little Western ivory tower where things are structured, the regulations are what they are, and they're often too slow, right? That's not good enough for us in Sweden, and many say now in Europe either. Doesn't mean that we can become Americans, which I think was addressed very well. That's a bit too wild and crazy, and this sense of the cybersecurity aspect that you brought up so well, we need to build our own solutions. We need to build it at home when we can, but in collaboration while using bridges, not just the AI bridge that I think is there, but also relationship-wise. For us, that's a new statement of how we build this knowledge-based economy together. So I'll stop there, and that's the word that I would sell, and many of you here have touched upon that. It's actually a two-way bridge, not a one-way, whatever way you think about it. So take that to heart, and that's why we are here since many years as well. We love to learn through being here and connecting our bridge between Sweden and the Nordic countries and Rwanda, reaching out then to the rest of Africa, because as also has been mentioned, the rule of law, the decency, the ability to trust the business you make is here. And when we get things running here, we can then hopefully spread it to other African countries as well. So this is real. This is cool. Thanks for inviting us.
Thank you very much. So let's build the bridge together. And we can never stress it enough, skilling and reskilling. And I hope people in the room also take time to train themselves on AI. We ran the program in December where we trained about 15,000 government employees into AI. So, Mr. Chairman, I was greatly inspired by your remarks and wanted to do a quick follow-up. We see the investment in the US, the investment in other parts of the world, and also you show the potential for the investment here. So my question is, are we moving fast enough? And what would you ask governments to make us even faster?
I don't think we're moving fast enough. The reason is very simple, because I don't want to criticize. I actually proposed your government to have 2 servers, 16 GPU, connected with a black fiber from Sweden, and your Rwandan development team. I actually met a very young, very interesting gentleman. He was a graduate from Carnegie Mellon. My older son was an engineer from Carnegie Mellon. We said, start developing your own LLM, okay? The server is in Sweden, but start. And we have requested permission from the US State Department to export a server to Rwanda. We are waiting for that. As soon as that comes, we will move the first servers here. So actually, we are not moving fast enough because, not because the interest is not there, but it's because the kitchen is not the right fit for the cook in Rwanda today. So if they can make some adjustment, they can start developing their large language model tomorrow with having the GPU in Sweden, and then we can move a little bit faster. It's not a criticism, it's just an observation, and based on this observation, we make our improvement. Here we are trying to help each other to correct ourselves, that's it. But we are not moving fast enough.
Thank you, and I wish you brought those GPUs in your luggages for us to start even developing faster than that. Just to let you know, we received a couple of them 2 weeks ago, and we have a great community of startups and innovators that are doing this model, and we continue to collaborate to enable them. I know we are running short of time. I wanted to ask the last question to all of the panelists, the esteemed panelists here. In one sentence, what is the single most important technology or reform Africa must invest in today? Also trying to address the issue of speed, which is not concerning Rwanda alone, but the entire continent. What do you think is the single most important technology or reform or policy that Africa must invest in today? So we start from the far left and then we end up with the chairman here.
So I think that Africa should go all into AI. And in parallel, of course, they need to invest into regulations, into AI safety. But with the help of large language model, we can reach a level of development as the Western countries just in 1 generation. Because without it, it will take 3 or 4 generations. First you build universities, then you graduate, then you need to get a work experience. So it's not possible to achieve within this short time frame. But as I mentioned, since the LLM is like a greatest equalizer that we ever had, it gives the same knowledge to, let's say, a rural farmer as it gives to the best graduate from some university in France or Germany. And I think it's quite unfair that we have the internet, we have access to the same information, and yet in some countries people live like sometimes 100 times worse just because they were born in the wrong place. And if we can fix it within one generation by using dangerous technology. Yes, it's very dangerous, but I think that live in the conditions like millions of people living now, it's also nothing better. So it works worth the risk.
So we'll hear from the next.
Yeah, so this is, of course, the billion-dollar question. And I'll respond it in an unconventional way. I'll go into a soft technology and refer to the histories that we got around why we were able to do really global innovation from Sweden. And there's one aspect that we haven't touched upon, and I will bring that to the table. Ericsson's success was based upon a public-private collaboration. There was also a national telecom operator helping out, and there were companies creating stability, right? Sure, Kinnevik did a great job bending that up, so I love that. It became too monopolistic, but behind there was a collaboration. Same thing with ABB when they did, or ASEA, which it was called. It was Vattenfall, it was the National Water Power Administration that was heavily important as a creating a public demand for in this case, for instance, then water power, but also other infrastructure. So we've grown quite a few of our companies through having that kind of stability in public-private ways. Not so much the last decades, we've lost it a bit. So we're looking back to find that nerve, but we need to remind ourselves that behind some of the really big successes is actually government doing some bets and also paying for part of it through different mechanisms and making sure that it's not just public, but it's also private. So that's the soft technology that we need to do more of in Africa, more of again in Sweden, so let's learn together. South Korea, Japan, and others are pretty good at it, so China, of course, in its ways. So we just need to see that a little bit and appreciate it, that it's not just business, it's not just research, it's this combination. I'll take that as one thing we need to do better together.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I can continue to build on that, because that is also the reason why the US technology companies like Amazon or Microsoft or Google, that's the one single reason why they are so big now and why we are so dependent on the services is because of the US state has been a very important customer to those customers.
Yep.
They have dedicated money only to support those companies, and with not actually with contributions like tax division and stuff. They have built it because they are customers, and that create cash flow for the companies.
Yep.
And that is the single most important part to build a company. You get cash flows.
We have to learn from that.
That's exactly what the state, and I truly agree. Europe has forgotten that, and many countries has forgotten that. That is actually a crucial part. So I would say it is to invest in infrastructure in order to enable AI development, because if you invest in infrastructure, then you will create the freedom of choice, you will create control, and you will also increase the speed of innovation. And the speed of innovation is essential for building companies and or sort of an ecosystem with companies. So I think we should build on that. And it is very important in shifts like this, the government's involvement in supporting local investments, supporting local companies by bringing cash flows, by being a steady customer, it is crucial. So I think that joint partnership is exactly what Rwanda can do. And especially since you are so high up on the rule of law, you have the trust, you can build that, and you should do it with a partner. And we are, of course, here to do that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I think I agree with my colleagues. If we know somebody is very good in tennis, and suddenly we tell him, no, you give that up and go study law, actually that's not the best advice. So if we look at what is Rwanda is famous for, first and foremost, is a very passionate nation with a zero corruption, and people are having a full transparency, and government is supporting to the real growth. I think we must invest AI to make that what we are good at, bring that transparency, non-corruption, creating an environment where foreign investor feels safe to invest. This particular area, we should invest a lot more AI, so then we can take it to the next level. We can be 10 times faster, 100 times faster, we can be more effective, and I spread that across Africa. Take a leadership role. I mean, I went to Singapore in 1996 to live there because I wanted to build businesses around Asia, and I realized that Singapore, very small country, but all of the investments across Asia, somehow their headquarters in Singapore, because they were very good at creating the infrastructure for them. I think Rwanda has the chance today to be that player. That's number one. Number two, I think just Thomas said a while ago that big companies, like even I was mentioning Larry Ellison, Oracle. Oracle first order came from the US government, $50,000 order. That made Oracle Oracle. You understand? Without that order, it do not work. So we can bring in investments. I honestly believe we can bring in $1 billion investment to Africa. We means only my company. Starting with the Rwanda, $100 million investment, we can bring it, but we need government support. For example, when we build a data center, that requires customer. Government can use those capacity for the government, and also government can invite multinational corporations in the country to use national data center capacity. Government can invite the local companies to use. So when a marketing campaign takes place of a good product, the whole nation together, I think success is inevitable. So we are coming here with ambition to partner with the government of Rwanda, and we'll bring the investment, we'll bring whatever we need to buy from outside. But whatever is there in the country, we'd like to have those support to build something for Rwanda and for Africa.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much to all the great panelists here. Few take-home insights, investing in AI today, not tomorrow, balancing risk and innovation, PPPs, government joining hands with the private sector, learning together, innovating together, investing in infrastructure, especially digital public infrastructure, and of course, building on our core competence, competitive advantage, and contextualization, bringing this innovation back home. With that, I would like to thank you all, thank the great panelists, thank you also for your kind attention, and we wish you a pleasant rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Without any further delay, we welcome you to the lunch break, the long overdue lunch break, for exactly 1 hour, and then we'll resume with the panel discussions and the B2B sessions. Thank you. We hope you enjoyed the break and the lunch. We already noticed that a lot of conversations were already going on, so with no further delay, we're resuming with the panel discussions. And our next panel discussion will be focused on designing your capital pathway in Rwanda and East Africa. And our moderator will be Pierre Jalot. The floor is yours.
Or thank you. Good, it works. Hello, everyone. If you're still at the back having a conversation, you can. CEO of Access to Finance Rwanda. Welcome on stage. Eli Habimana, MD for North and East Africa. Nilufar Garavi, Secretary General, ENFA, Euro Nordic Funding Alliance. Vera Rautio, Head of co-lead for Joint Innovation Facility. And Ragnhild Neiste, Senior Advisor and Head of Innovative Finance at Humanitarian Innovation Program out of Norway. This panel is here with the task of answering the great question of how to design your capital pathway in Rwanda and East Africa as a region. Many times when organizations from these two parts of the world interact, key questions always come up. Who's paying and where does the money come from? So capital is really important. And throughout today, from the morning to before lunch, all the panelists were talking about that gap, that missing middle. And this is what our panel is here to discuss today. So we will start today with Mr. Jean Bosco Yasu from AFR. We know Access to Finance Rwanda works to strengthen the entire financial ecosystem. So from your perspective, what is the single most important or significant gap in Rwanda's financial infrastructure that, if addressed, would unlock the most significant amount of private capital for innovators?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure meeting you all. And certainly, I don't like starting with the gap. I like starting with the positive aspects that are there, and then I go to the gap. Well, I must say that Rwanda's financial ecosystem is very robust. We have been building it for quite some time. And looking at inclusivity, we're at around 96% financial inclusion. And most of the segments of the population are accessing capital. But I must say also that the policy and the regulatory environments are very robust. In fact, we have started seeing a flow of innovators, in Rwanda, coming to Rwanda from across Africa to benefit from this enabling environment that is in place. And we are very proud of that. Now, when you look at the structure of the financial ecosystem, clearly most of the capital flows are driven by traditional debt, banking debt. And that is not really what all entrepreneurs need. They need access to alternative sources of capital, and our capital market is building. It's really coming up. But also what we see is that there are some other instruments that are coming in the market to enable alternative capital flow in Rwanda. So I'll talk about different structures that have started, like blended finance vehicles. We are having guarantee schemes that are de-risking capital providers. And I'm so glad that all these de-risking is coming from Nordic countries. We have That's IFDK, that's Impact Fund Denmark, which is partnering with us to de-risk SMEs. We have also Sweden, which is also partnering with us. And what I want to see is more of really de-risking other capital providers beyond banks. And that's the conversation we are having now. And I see that would actually help. If you want to raise your company from any country in Europe, you want to raise probably a bond on the market, can you get someone to de-risk it? I think all those discussions we're having, just to make sure that the financial ecosystem continues to be robust to support the needs of different businesses. Thank you.
Fantastic points. That de-risking angle, I think, is really, really good, and we'll come back right to it. But first, we'll jump to Ellie. Norske, as we know, from Sweden, represents the VC capital pathway, basically looking at from pre-seed to growth stage. Beyond a strong team and a large market, what specific traction or metrics indicate that a startup is ready for your investment and the scalable growth expectations that come with that kind of money?
Thank you for the question. Good afternoon, everyone. Indeed, from a Norske Foundation perspective, essentially our mandate is to bring together three things that we believe could help any startups or venture to really unlock solutions by leveraging technology. Okay. The first thing is capital. We are an investor, indeed coming from that VC background. Secondly, we have these big platforms that convene the local communities. We call them Norske houses. Now we have one in Kigali in East Africa, but we have 6 like those across the world. Finally is different platforms that give, whether it's visibility and strategic networks to the local champions so that they could attract more capital, better talent, and so on and so forth. Now, to your point about the VC sort of investment, we have found ourselves in the middle of a big mismatch, as Jean Bosco was saying. Typically in advanced market, it's very easy to go from angel investment, seed stage, and so on and so forth. So when you try to apply that here in Rwanda, it doesn't work because the market is slightly different. Okay, most of the ventures would not perhaps be $1 million company, $100 million companies. They will cap at somewhere below that. So you'll find that it's not attractive to most VCs. So what we have been doing in the last 2 years or so is to prototype indeed with these different investment strategies to see if that is the gap, then what is the appropriate source of funding. The truth is that more capital needs to be mobilized, but what we have found successful is these blended instruments. Over the last year, we have helped mobilize more than $4 million, but very heavily indexing on debt and blended instruments. What this tells us is, if you are a VC investor in the room, perhaps we invite you to look at our local champions slightly differently, because they do have strong business fundamentals. They have a potential to create impact in our market and beyond. But if you have that lens of the VC mindset, you might find a big mismatch. So my call to action is to basically say, the market is interesting, the business fundamentals are there. Whenever I walk around town, I see capital being utilized, but the VC lens might not be appropriate for this market. Therefore, all these different instruments are needed, and we're here to be part of that.
Fantastic point, and we keep talking about this missing middle, and especially the blended finance instruments. And I am almost pushed to jump to that topic now. In this case, Vera Rautio, who's representing GIF, one of those blended finance instruments. We know that GIF doesn't fund very early stage ventures. Usually the SMEs involved are expected to already have product market fit, some traction and revenue. Even if the Africa-Europe partnership itself is still forming, so from a perspective of the instrument that you guys are giving, what is the key signal that you look for to determine whether a collaboration is ready for this, for example, 100 to 200K instrument you have?
Thank you for the question, and thank you everyone for being here and making this afternoon and access to finance a priority. So what we are looking for at the Joint Innovation Facility, which is a part of the Africa-Europe Digital Innovation Bridge initiative, funded by the European Commission and 6 different European countries. So Joint Innovation Facility indeed offers 100K to 200K in euros investment for the African-European collaborations who are using digital technologies to solve climate issues here in sub-Saharan Africa. And what we are looking for, of course, those things that are aligned with the GIF strategy and eligibility criteria, but in actual fact, because we've got a call open now until the end of April. So there's a sector agnostic track, and then there's an AI specific track. What we're looking really for is the team and the solution, that it's something that really can have an impact beyond the catalytic capital stage, beyond the 12 months of GIF funding, plus also, of course, the support of the GIF Project Studio. And I think it's a combination of the collaboration between the African entity and the European entity, and really getting that sense of product market fit, whereby this instrument, which is designed to be a cross-border collaborative instrument, like targeted specifically for the partnership, kind of to address exactly what you just brought up.
Right.
So it's difficult to say that one particular thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Well said, and I'm sure this is very valuable for many of the companies, organizations, or even institutions that are around. Something else, another instrument perhaps that also focuses on this missing middle is Humanitarian Innovation Program, today represented by Ragnhild. You guys usually focus on piloting and scaling innovative solutions within this humanitarian system. How does HIP assess an innovation's potential for system-level adoption? And what evidence must be in place to justify potential grants of up to 3 million euros?
Thank you for the question. So we fund from the early ideation stage, and then we can fund in several rounds of transition to scale and scale. And we might not be the funder that gets someone completely to the adoption by a wide system, but we do look for that potential, because what we mainly need to see is humanitarian impact. That is our mandate, but the gap that we seek to fill is humanitarian private partnerships, because we know that there is capacity in each of those sectors to serve people affected by crisis, but they're not often enough coming together and delivering those solutions. So there's so much innovation in the private side, and we host market dialogues so that these sectors can talk together and then scale those solutions through different pathways. Whether that's more traditional within the UN, within the NGOs, or more through, for example, commercial pathways. And so when it comes to applying to scale with us, we need to see, of course, the humanitarian impact, but we also need to see a really solid partnership, because it's not going to work to scale if we don't know who's doing what, who's incentivized to do what, who is going to keep moving this project forward. It might have started with a humanitarian actor. Are they the ones that are going to adopt the system-wide, or is it a government? Is it a combination? And so a very conscious relationship of the incentives in the partnership and the longevity. Is this going to be able to be financed and operated long-term when there might not be grant funding from humanitarian aid anymore? And that's especially crucial nowadays when we have less humanitarian funding. So that is the evidence, the humanitarian impact. And then there are these more qualitative aspects that you have to look for potential where you don't know yet. But you can see how a team is handling setbacks. You can see that they are willing to keep iterating, and you can see that they are committed to developing solutions with end users. And often for us, the end users are people affected by crises, and doing that can be it's managing a lot of stakeholders with both private partners, operating in a humanitarian response, the humanitarian system. So that management of that partnership is really, really important for success when you try to scale.
I think that's fantastic, because from both of your instruments' perspective, you're promoting this ability to work together, from a company perspective, but also from those in the institutions, universities in this case, innovation hubs, those in the NGOs, etc. Right? When we think about Niloufar, I'll go to you. But when you think about what you've heard so far, both from the two gentlemen who've described what these gaps are, who are very active within the ecosystem, and then the ladies at the far end who are discussing about their roles in terms of plugging in and fixing part of the gaps that are missing. As an alliance, you're focused on institutional alignment, right? When we talk about ENFA, you connect diverse capital sources. What do you think is the most common structural mistake you see in cross-border funding proposals? And how can organizations better prepare for engagement with multilateral capital?
Thank you so much. First of all, I fucked up. I've been, Regina, my relationship manager here, has been trying to help me with the pronunciation the last half an hour, and I fucked up. Sorry for that. But I think I would start with just this. The biggest gap that exists is actually having access to the very well-connected and professional people on the ground that are going to correct your pronunciation mistakes when you're coming to the ground. That's heavily important in my eyes. So what ENFA is, we are basically a not-for-profit association in Norway, headquartered, with presence in 21 countries. When I go into the investment forums and I say we're not for profit, they look at me like, what the hell are you doing here? But that's exactly why we placed it as a not for profit. Now we are establishing a fund in Luxembourg as well, but that doesn't come from fundraising, it comes from the investments that we have enabled, and we have used 10% of all of those into reinvestment into our project. So what we basically are an association in 21 countries with people like Regina and our partners on the ground, and we work with project construction and project development, mostly also bankability is quite important, and then we support with finance structuring. So we don't attract investments into companies, we attract investments into bankable projects. So that also makes a lot of international investors to trust us because they see that systemically we have brought the several actors together that complement each other, and the money goes into a JV, an SPV that is really resolving a problem in a value chain. That is, I would say, our biggest difference. And when it comes to the gap, I mean, to be very concrete in your answer, I'm coming right now from Vienna. Last week, we co-hosted a summit with some of the largest LPs and GPs and private equity firms in the DACH region, Central Europe, from Bavaria, Munich, Austria, and elsewhere. And I was on the stage discussing about investments into Africa, showcasing some of our success stories to them. And the biggest gap that was in the room, as Ambassador Dayan previously in this, is another gap that comes from the African countries as well. I had the privilege of having 8 African ambassadors to the Nordics in my book launch in December in Norway. And I had the privilege of looking at them lined up, discussing about their projects and the capability of the market they had. And I was just wondering, looking at them, what makes each of them more competitive towards the people in the room that were the Norwegian investors and SMEs who wanted to come. And there was something that none of them mentioned and touched upon. And that was, what is it exactly that we, as Rwandan companies and investors, are putting our stakes in? What is it me, as a financing here in Rwanda, putting my money for it, putting my resources, my assets for it, so then I can expect another international investor to come in? Most of the time, when we attract international investors, they say, I have a land, I have an asset, I have this project. We talk about the potentials, we talk about the rule of law in the countries and everything. But then we don't really show them that, hey, I'm putting down this, because bigger investors, you know, in private equity and LPs, it's like a little bit of a poker game. What are you putting in? What do you expect me to put in? It's like a balancing act in the SPVs. That is what I feel is lacking in most cases. And that's what we come in and try to say, okay, if you guys bring in 20% investments from your local private actors, we're going to bring the rest, and I can guarantee the rest, because you show that you have put your money where your asset is.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that filling in between these two sets. When we talk about grant funding and VC money, there sometimes is a clash, because there are many entrepreneurs who have become grantpreneurs, unfortunately. And it's a reality in our system, where you have these really smart people who go for different kinds of grants, get the money, and then do something else with it. When you two sets, when you think about this friction, how can an innovator successfully navigate this transition from non-dilutive validation to the demands of equity-based investment? So I will throw this to perhaps the gentleman first, and then...
Gentleman first.
Yeah.
Absolutely. No, that's a big issue. I think the fact that there are grantpreneurs is a fact, but that is a result of the capital that's available, okay? Because if I'm a very young entrepreneur, I have a great idea to try to find that first 5-10K to develop an MVP. There's a very limited number of sources I can get that from, okay? You know, these instruments that are here, they help do these pitch competitions. They're useful, but we understand that it's up to a certain point. Beyond this point, then, if to raise more capital, you need to obsess over business fundamentals, okay? Move quickly to paying customers, really solidify the revenues and cost models and everything, because once that's in order, then you have a bit more options. But to your point, what happens is these grants are so small, often it doesn't help you jump from that stage to the other. So it's the nature of the market. But what we are saying is, even those that could provide this catalytic capital, the conditions are typically very obscene, let me say. They're not accessible or flexible enough. So really the call to action is so that we can collectively work at these additional frameworks that can unlock additional capital, so that indeed, once I have my MVP, I have my first set of paying customers, I can find that gradual funding that allows me to graduate from one set to the other. But right now, really, that's the missing middle we are talking about. If you succeed at grants, then it becomes harder to raise more capital unless you graduate indeed into that other section.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yes. I think my brother has really elaborated more on that, but I wanted to add that really the reason why we have grantpreneurs, it's because that's what is available, as he said. But once again, when we need to look at where do they come from and who is backing those grants to businesses, small businesses. Actually, it's us, development partners, and sometimes we are to blame because you don't help them to experience, market conditions as early as possible. Because when you call them grantpreneurs, it's because they have gone through so many rounds of grants, from one to another, and you find that they're just pursuing, grants, not proper business model or value proposition. Now, most of the times, these grants are linked to business development services. That's the catch. So they come into a classroom, a training for BDS, and then, because they know there's a grant, they will come. So another one comes in the same package, they will continue. And that's really counterproductive. So we need to ensure that, we structure these as part of an entire ecosystem of capital provision. So we know you start with grants, yes, they are necessary, but we need to, at some point, to say, you know, you need to stop here and move to market conditions, because this is not sustainable. This is not, cannot support. So that's what I would say, but also that transition between grants to equity investment requires that, whenever you get those grants, you use them to build structures, to build processes, to build a product that is ready for market, so that whenever an equity investor comes, he'll find you fit for purpose, and then you can negotiate better terms with them.
Fantastic. Great stuff, gentlemen. And the mark of a great panel is when you have people fighting, which is what we're going to bring here, because the gentlemen clearly just accused the ladies of enabling grantpreneurism, right? Ladies.
Don't worry, I'm going to balance it as the alliance partner.
Yes, you will be the balance. So, ladies, when you think about this accusation, what would you say to just give everybody the perspective of why your mechanism is quite different?
In our defense, yeah?
Yes, in your defense.
So I fully am aware, and I think these are the points that the gentlemen have raised are valid and absolutely true. One of the struggles that we have as Joint Innovation Facility, of course, our fund is taxpayer money funded. And being such, we have to follow not only the rule of law, but we have to be very accountable for every single euro cent that we are investing. Sure. And therefore, it's like a delicate balance between finding those businesses and those partnership consortia who are actually at a level of systems and processes and structures that they are able to make use of funding at that level. 100K, 200K, if you're going to set up a production plant, probably that's not enough money. But if you are using digital technologies and the intention there is to find scale and really drive growth or access a new market, you can actually get something done with that level of capital in certain markets and in certain areas. So one of the things, and also the question of a very generic sort of business advice, that's why the GIF Project Studio is basically designed to offer needs-based, customized support, not just the regular, and I don't mean to downplay anybody's efforts, but because each business entity and each partnership is at a different level of their business journey. When it comes to also the maturity level of their technology, the uptake, and also, I mean, somebody in the earlier panels mentioned the real kicker, which is cash flow. Like every single business entity, regardless of new customers, how are we going to support these new customers? How are we going to get all of the rest of the business done? But so for GIF, it's a question of balancing the sort of due diligence and the needs and the requirements, setting up, requiring the systems and structures and processes, offering the assistance and capabilities when and those pieces that are necessarily really to move the project forward in the milestone-based tranches. And then, of course, to, I think, address something that was said earlier, yes, it's a grant. We like to call it catalytic capital, but whichever way you brand it, it is what it is. And ultimately, it's going to need to generate, to grow that project or to grow that solution to a place where once they come to or even ideally before they come to the end of their 12-month journey with GIF, they need to be having impact, but they also need to be ready to then raise the next round of capital. Yep. And that means we need to be able to help them to get there.
Fantastic rebuttal, part one.
I think it's easier for me, actually, because we have grants, but we don't grant to businesses, so it's quite easy to get out of the accusation. Still, we have humanitarian aid funding, and we grant it to humanitarian organizations, but then if they apply with us to do a pilot, then they are required to procure services from the private sector. And so indirectly, This involves companies. But what I think is beneficial about it is that it's not a direct grant to a company, it's a competitive process where a company can end up working with a large, UN or NGO institution, but they will have gone through a competitive process. It's a market process, it's a business transaction. And then what can happen is that private partner is often entering new grant funding as part of that de-risking, so that the humanitarian partner can go out there and be resourced properly and going out to the market. And then innovating together. And then we're an innovation program, but we're not really focused on like the tech or the fancy solutions. We're super focused on developing an innovative business model. That's so many of our projects is just working on iterating the business model, because that's the most complicated part. Which for us means if you achieve early impact in your pilot, how do you sustain it, operate it, maintain it over time? So that's a lot of the support functions that we also provide as a donor, so that it's not just grant funding, it's technical assistance as well.
Fantastic point. And in respect of your time, we have a few minutes left. Nilüfer, we'll quickly go to you as the middle player here. What do you have to say to these thoughts on both sides?
Of course. I think I may be able to bring this conversation into the context. As an alliance, last October, we were invited to the European SME Assembly, where I really genuinely felt like a misfit when I was there, because we were surrounded by approximately 1,000 bureaucrats that are the ones that decide for every single regulations that are imposed on the SMEs all across Europe. And I don't know if you know, but SMEs basically build approximately 90% of the businesses of all Europe. So they decide, those 1,000 people in that room, they decide for 95% of the business in Europe. And after 2 days of discussing with them, and they consistently talked about heavy regulations imposed on SMEs in Europe. For example, the CEO of the Nasdaq in Denmark said that Denmark hasn't had a single IPO the last 3 years, and that's exactly because of the too much of rule of law and regulations. So we stood up in that room when it was the conclusion day, and we asked a very simple question as the only kind of private, more commercial entity in that room. And we asked, how many of you have sold a single socks on eBay? Or how many of you were having the risk of not having your income next month to come? Maybe 5% out of 1,000 raised their hands. And that is the core of this public versus private problem, in my eyes. Grants, and we work with grants. Even, the 5th of March now, we supported our members to participate at a very big grant under the EU Commission. So we do that. But about grants, especially coming from Europe, there's this idea that if it's commercial, it's capitalistic, it's bad. Let's not touch it. It's Trump if it's commercial. So they literally don't put money where the money is gonna be made. And these people, entrepreneurs that you call them grant partners, they become good at getting money, but not making money because it's bad. So this comes from the mindset, in my eyes. And if we can bridge this gap, I think that's where the change could happen. And I think we at ENFA have done that. If I give you a very solid example of that. In this room, we have 2 of our member companies in Rwanda. Tomorrow there will be more of them. In the keynote, I will bring them even on the stage. These ladies, they have single-handedly built 2 of the best and most prosperous businesses in honey value chain here in Rwanda. Incredible women, incredible companies. And you say that their business is commercial, we're gonna help them to bring their honey into the European markets, that's the commercial side of it. But just a week ago, we were able to participate them as a partner in a grant that was about female entrepreneurship and investment literacy. Because the people that work in their farms, they are women. So there's always different aspects, even to a commercial business, that can be supported with public mindset as well. And we try to, as we talk about blended financing, we try to also look at blended business, the different aspects that could be financed from philanthropy, from commercial, from private equity, from venture. I think that can bridge this gap.
Fantastic. With that, we'll have the closing round, which will be very, very short. And the question for that is, if an organization had just, let's say, 90 days to establish maximum credibility with your respective institutions, what is the one milestone they should focus on achieving as a parting gift to people here? And who wants to start? Anybody. And then we go clockwise after that.
I'll start with that then. I would say, I mean, if it's a completely new partnership and they intend to apply for GIF funding, for example, we would need, because it's not for an early stage startup, we would need real evidence of some traction, evidence of, like what milestones have been achieved, how has that technology been used before, what type of customer testimonials do they have, and if not, if they don't have access to any of these, sure, 90 days that's one full quarter. You can get something done, especially if we're in the technology space, in the age of AI. It's not impossible, but we would really be looking for, like, proof of concept and actual testimonials.
Thank you. Ellie?
Absolutely. It's very similar. It comes down to business fundamentals, okay? If the sector you're in, what is the value proposition? Because I believe that impact and business go hand in hand most of the time. What impact are you creating, but what is the underlying business model that could ensure sort of resilience, especially in the era that we're in. So especially for young entrepreneurs, how many paying customers you have, what is your projected revenue, what is your acquisition strategy, et cetera, et cetera. Really business fundamentals. And maybe I would add execution, because that's another gap that we see. Bold vision, incredible strategy, amazing deck, but no execution. So typically, after my meetings, if it's too strategic, I try to close it with what are the 2 things we can start with today, right? And then from there, you build credibility over time, but business fundamentals, but also that ability to execute and execute well.
Fantastic. Ylva?
I'll keep it short. We always say that if you want to join our network, be ready that if I book a meeting with the minister in another country, you would be able to get on the plane the same day. That's what we always say. So if this 90 days is going to offer you anything, is that capability. Think scalable, think international, build your business to a level of capability that could do that. And with some seed investments, you can already get on the plane and come with us. We're going to place you into PPP, BOT, doesn't matter, but that's where the real business happens.
Jean Bosco?
Well, I would probably, 90 days is quite short, but in 90 days, you should be able to ascertain product market fit. You should be clear about your scalability and how you want to sustain this business model.
Fantastic.
For me to invest.
Right. Fantastic. Ragnhild?
So with the Humanitarian Innovation Program, if you're completely new to us, let's say, and you want to pilot something, we can fund from this stage of having identified a challenge. So it's harder to say this is an exact type of thing that would be in place, because you can kind of come with not having achieved anything particular yet. But then you need a really good problem definition, and it needs to be really well researched. So you need to do, if you're an organization applying with us, you need to know why you're even asking to pilot something, because so much of the time there's another solution out there that could probably be adopted if you were able to handle the really challenging parts of scaling and adopting something. Sometimes it can seem easier to pilot. So really being well researched and having that argument as to why it should be something new, reinventing the wheel versus adopting something that's existing. and having a solid plan for how you're going to involve and design for the refugees, so that they're not left out of the design that you're going to make. They are active agents in that design. And also a very good understanding of why do you want the private sector to be part of it? What are their innovative capacities? Do you understand how much capacity is required to actually achieve an innovation partnership, and understand that it's a strategic project?
Thank you, Ragnhild. Problem definition, product market fit, be ready, business fundamentals, evidence of traction. Thank you so much, panelists. You've been great. Thank you.
It works now. A big thank you to our panelists for that engaging and very insightful conversation. Throughout the day and throughout today in the forum, we have explored Rwanda as a place for investment, a trade hub, and also like a gateway into across the continent. And so as we move into the final discussion of the day, we turn our attention to another critical part of economic transformation. And that critical part is talent, skills, and the global trade in services. In an increasingly digital and interconnected economy, countries that will successfully develop and mobilize talent will shape the future of global value creation. And on that, we're going to welcome our next panel, which is the last of the day, Rwanda as a global platform for talent, skills, and services trade. And it's going to be led by Ms. Chantal Kayonga, the CEO of GBS Growth Initiative. Thank you, everyone.
I'll be short, Ambassador. Good afternoon. Oh, wow, I thought we had had lunch. Good afternoon. I'm sorry, we can't talk about talent and then just be mellow. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, good afternoon. You did not consider the short people, so it's fine. My name is Chantal. I'm the CEO of the GBS Growth Initiative. That's an entity that oversees the companies that are doing outsourcing, offshoring, basically all things talent from this country, servicing all global regions. Yeah. Now, I'm glad everyone has literally set for us the stage. So thank you, all the panels. And so we want to close it out with a bang. For me to do that, we would have to answer the question, is Rwanda positioned to be a global platform, a hub for talent, skills, and services trade? Now, the World Bank recently published an article and said, by 2030, 100 million new job seekers will enter the African workforce. And the African economy can only absorb 15 million of them. So my question is, where's the 85? So then we now still have to answer that question, is Rwanda positioned? If you ask me, my answer will be yes, but then you will say I'm biased, which I am, and that's very okay. And so allow me invite people that are not biased because they've done the work, they've gone to the mud, they've come out, they've worked with us, and they can speak from experience. So allow me invite Yannick Kabayiza, CEO of Osamiti, to the stage. Ketil Edogan, CEO of Tamarilo. Brian Soresen, Head of Operations for Vatland. And Gabriel Eckerman from BAG Innovation. Well, ooh, that's loud. Allow me start us off with a storytelling, because I think that's the way that we'll understand what this looks like. So I want to start with Ketil. Ketil, how did you get here?
Hello? Perfect. It's a long story, but I'll try to keep it brief. So I'm here today as founder and CEO of Tamarillo. We're a Copenhagen-based data and AI consultancy that help Nordic companies build and maintain data platforms. Why data platforms? Because everyone wants to be data-driven, everyone wants to have AI, but the fact is most companies are not data-driven, even though they think they are, and 95% of AI use cases fail due to bad or missing data. So that's why you need a data platform. Why am I here in Rwanda? That's a bit more of a chance occurrence. I came here about a year ago with my wife because I've heard of Visit Rwanda, I have heard of the gorillas, and at that time I was heading up a data platform team in a big pharmaceutical company in Denmark, and we were trying this data platform thing. It's hard to find enough talent to do this in Denmark, or at least to hire them permanently is very expensive. The consultancies are also very expensive, so we were using outsourcing, which is quite common. And when we think of outsourcing in Denmark, we think of India, we think of Southeast Asia as the locations where they have the talent and the cost level that makes it valuable to look into that. But the problem is we don't look at the actual output and the success that comes out of it. So I was frustrated, very happy to come here and have an extended holiday. But what met me when I landed in Kigali was not the gorillas, it was the fancy apps you had to download to get a ride into the town. It was Momo Pay that was everywhere. And I was like, who made this? It works really well. And like we only just got mobile pay to work properly in Denmark. So I reached out to a few of the developers, and then Yannick here from Osomity replied, invited me over to his office. I came in and I was again impressed by seeing like beers on the table and people playing games. This was Friday afternoon, to be fair. And then they gave me a demo of some projects they had done, and I was just impressed with the quality and the like approachability of the talent here. And that's how I started this journey, which today has ended with me here, working from Tamarillo.
Excellent, thank you so much. Let's go to Yannick. You're a Rwandan startup. And what has it taken for Osomity? One, to enter the Nordic and Baltic market, but what's unique about Osomity, and what kind of jobs does Osomity do to be able to get those jobs?
All right, thank you very much, Chantal. So maybe to start by giving like a context about who we are as a company. So Osomity was funded in Rwanda 11 years ago, and we've managed to grow, and we have an office in the Netherlands and UK, and now also trying to enter the Denmark market with Tamarillo. And yeah, so we've moved from just doing, let's say like a simple outsourcing jobs to specialized platform and product development for clients. We are talking about building carbon footprint tracking system for German companies, ERP and AI system for farmers in the Netherlands, logistic and operation system for EV companies in the UK. So that's going to show you that the range of the kind of like system we build for different clients and partners all over the world, it has literally like moved from just like providing engineers to actually like being a company that solves complex problems for different clients that we have.
I love the fact that you use the word complex, because there's a narrative that to send jobs to Africa, you just send the bare minimal ones. We really do have talent that actually handles complex tasks. But that brings me to Brian. Brian, you work with Bestseller, one of the biggest fashion houses in the world, and you figured instead of just outsourcing a team to Rwanda, you wanted to offshore. So basically merge a portion of your business, move it to Rwanda. What has that been like, and how did you get to that decision?
Yeah, so I need to go a little bit back in time. And basically right now there's also from McKinsey, they are stating that within 2027, There will be a shortage between 1.5 to 4 million tech profiles in Europe. So that actually made us look into what is the alternative. So in 2022, there was an event in Kigali called Unleash. So our CEO and CIO was here, and they met with Fred Swaniger, who is the founder of African Leadership Group. And he said, you know, the tech scene is here. You need to look at this as an investment possibility. So we tried that out. We found 8 external consultants that actually came into Bestseller and started coding for us. And the primary purpose for us was to see was there a cultural fit, personality, professional skills, what was that like? And after 6 months we evaluated, and the feedback was it worked, and now we wanted, the feedback was please move them into becoming colleagues and not external people. So that was like the initial part of our journey, and then I moved here 1.5 years ago, and I'm Danish, to head up the hub here, to go out and learn about the tech scene here, what works. There's a lot of organizations that is actually working and educating people. So we have found a company called The Gym that has helped us to actually mold a lot of the talents that we have now. And I'm also very proud to say that out of the 22 people that we are now, we have 14 women and 8 men, which is the first time ever in IT for me. Yes. So it has not been a goal for us, but for some reason there's just a lot of women also educating and wants to go in, and it has been a choice by our people leads to actually find the right talent. So I think initially we are approximately 470 people working within Bestseller with tech. The majority is in Denmark. We have 100 people in Malaga in Spain, and now we have approximately 22. So I think initially when we started in Malaga, it was difficult for our organization because they said, no, but Spanish people, they can't really, can they code? Can they support? Can they? And it's the same thing that we have seen here. And now our pipeline of people is just growing because people just see the potential. And normally I say to our organization that we can more or less mold whatever role that we want here. We have started out with developers, and now we're going more into the engineer, both from a data perspective, also system engineers. So far, a really good journey.
Excellent. So that brings me to the question for Gabriel, because he talks about there is a narrative, can they even code? Yeah? And so maybe Gabriel, you operate, so you run a platform called BAG. And BAG will do skills assessment, will train, and then will place young people into jobs. What are the merging capabilities you're seeing in the talent pool currently in Rwanda?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it's a good question. Rwanda is developing very fast, and there's a massive talent market here, and we've seen a lot of European companies entering Rwanda with the specific purpose of building up developers teams. We have Swedish companies who've come here and hired 50, 100 developers working directly towards Swedish products. But many times the conclusion has been very similar to Bestseller's experience, is that there is still a lot of requirements in the form of the molding and form of combining the culture of the European work culture with the Rwandan work culture. So many times actually bigger organizations' conclusion is that they end up starting academies alongside with their organization, right? So they do also the specific technical upskilling and the soft skill upskilling for their specific products. But Rwanda as a talent hub is still a few years behind Kenya and Uganda as an example. We're still a quite young country, but the leaps we are taking and the speed we're currently in, I would say that in the next 5 to 10 years we'll be light years ahead of those countries as well. So it's going quite fast. The question was which... What
are the capabilities you're seeing come out?
The capabilities, well, Rwanda is branding themselves as a digital nomad community, so they're focusing a lot on software development. But with that said, when it comes to outsourcing and working towards international companies, it's not just software development. We have companies working with hiring digital assistants. We have companies hiring accountants and outsourcing that from even like countries like Sweden. So there is a lot of interesting communities growing in the talent space, but I wouldn't really say that there's one specific talent that's sticking out. rather that the talent development is going so fast. The universities have been built, the modern universities have been built for the last 5-10 years. So we'll see the product and the output of that in the coming 5 to 10 years.
Right.
So it is an interesting space to keep an eye out on.
Okay, speaking of that, I think there is no way we could have a panel like this and not talk about the big elephant, which is AI. And so maybe to Brian, I'm coming to you on that. The narrative is that AI is taking jobs. So one, true or false, but in that case, how have you seen AI? Has it changed the type of work that you're doing, or how has it changed your teams? And maybe I'll probably send the same question to Yannick as well.
Well, I think from our perspective, we don't necessarily see that AI is taking away jobs. It will change the task, but it won't change the purpose. I think that's one of the key elements. We're talking about AI accelerated development, so now we can actually get AI to do a lot of the repetitive tasks that people were doing before. And I think in Bestseller, as a global fashion company, our backlog is just so long that if we complete something in advance, then there will just be more things for us to do. And I think, we have examples just recently where our global sourcing, we source from a lot of different countries in the world, and they had a challenge. So they had 10,000 styles, and they wanted to find a way to find similar styles between different selections. And we have a head of AI fashion planning, so we're building our own large language models because we have so much data. And he was sitting together with our sourcing team and listening to them. And then he went home Friday evening and started to do something with agentic AI, with vibe coding. And on Monday, he handed them a solution and said, no, you can't be ready. You can't give us a solution already. Normally it takes 3, 6, 9, 12 months. And then they were looking at it and said, oh my God, this is just what we need. So I think for us, we are trying to do a lot of things to build an AI literacy for all our people in tech, giving them the right tools, giving them the right thinking. So they need to be critical when we talk about AI. So for us, it's a must-have, both from a CEO and CIO perspective, and we're investing a lot of money in both growing our team members, but also nudging them and encourage them to work more and more with AI. And our CIO was here 2 weeks ago, and I challenged him, so I wanted him to give us a task. So he said, let's do a hackathon where we can try to build a business application by only prompting and see how far that can give us, but just to push the boundaries, because that is one of the problems, that a lot of developers are coming from line 1, and then they want to go down to line 1,000, and we want to shortcut that because we can really increase the capacity and the output if we use AI more.
All right, thank you very much. I hear skilling and upskilling. Yannick?
Yes, I totally agree with what Brian said as well. So also from a company perspective, I would say AI has made us become more productive and efficient in the work that we do. And the question of whether AI is going to take our job or not, you never know in the future. But it comes also from the fear of people that are not interacting with the tools. For example, our first instance of having an AI project where a client came to us and say, I just spent one day building this prototype, and from the prototype you could see that everything was already taken into consideration in terms of I would say interface. So we also try to understand, okay, if someone can just spend a day for a task that was normally taking us 3 to 4 days, then it means we can actually do more as a company. So just being out there, interacting with the tools, interacting with the different models, they're releasing models almost every day. OpenAI, Anthropic, they're also experiencing trying to release something new. So just being there, using them, you can actually identify and see what is working for you, and it's also what is not working for you as well.
Excellent. Thank you, Yannick. And I'm now curious, since we're talking about talent, I'll come back to you, Ketil. As the new entrant, these guys have been here for a minute. What is a hidden strength you have found in working with Rwandan talent? Something that doesn't show up on their CVs, doesn't show up in a pitch deck, and it adds immense value to a value proposition?
That's a good question. I think there's always a lot of hidden strengths and weaknesses when you meet new cultures, new people. But I think what I've spoken a lot to with the team and with Yannick in Osomity as well has been the positive impression I have when it comes to like honesty and open communication. I think in Denmark we are very direct in our communication style, and I've stepped on a few toes in the last few months working with the Rwandans on that. But when I ask a question, I know I will get an honest reply, and that might not sound like a lot, but compared to other outsourcing experiences, it is what makes the difference. It's the foundation for building trust, and without trust, you can't have a good outsourcing relationship. But yeah.
Thank you. Gabriel, for anyone that is considering, I think there was a challenge that someone will be opening a company today. For someone that would be thinking of setting up a company, what are some of the things you wished you knew when you were setting up your company and all the many businesses that you're doing here?
Oh yeah, thank you. Well, yeah, one thing is what Kjetil is mentioning, the difference in culture is obviously, we know it's not the same culture as in Europe, but me coming from Sweden, micromanagement is not something you do in a startup. You give a lot of personal responsibility. I wish I knew that it was a much bigger requirement to do micromanagement with staff in Rwanda in pretty much every level of what you're doing. And that's something that I didn't have the skill to do, so I had to outsource or find a manager to take over that responsibility. Meaning there's a different culture of when it comes to delegation and expectation and self-management of your work, there's a bit of a different culture in how you take responsibility of your work. It doesn't mean they don't manage the work, but it needs very clear delegation. Another thing that I realized that is very important to note, that I also heard Joanna from EBCR was mentioning before, is regarding taxes. If you are a company thinking of starting in Rwanda, you should know that the taxes are high because the country is working, the system is working, the hospitals are working, similar to Sweden, but that also means that the taxes are almost the same as in Sweden. So if you want to pay, for example, a salary from your company, you're looking at between 48 to 52% of cost to pay that salary from the employer's perspective. And that's something you need to be aware of before registering, because we do see a lot of companies coming in being excited about the lower levels of salary that they could potentially do by outsourcing and hire local teams. But you do need to take into consideration the tax basis. That said, it's very easy to figure out. It's very transparent. It's quite easy to manage it. So that is a positive, but it's something you should be aware of. And also depending on your sectors, there's different types of taxes. So it's something I would advise everyone to do, is to talk to the tax advisor before entering Rwanda. Other than that, I would highly recommend Rwanda as a country to go into.
So this is the only positive, where they're high, but you get good quality. Probably just one to close us out. A question for all of you: what is the one thing Rwanda should focus on to strengthen its talent and attract more global business? What's the one thing, Yannick?
If I had to choose one thing, I would say, as a country, so I think in the previous panel someone mentioned it, so Rwanda has already done a very good job creating like a predictable pipeline of talent, software engineers. So maybe the next step would be like a specialization. I think it was also touched when you look at the World Economic Forum report, McKinsey report, and the future of work. You see that there's going to be a need of AI engineers, data scientists, data engineers. So maybe we could like prepare ourselves for that next wave of demand. And maybe not one thing, but second, I was happy to see when the Chief Investment Officer for RDB mentioning about who has seen like the Visit Rwanda brand. Everyone raised their hand. So maybe I would encourage everyone here to also be part of like an ambassador to talk about outsourcing Rwanda. So Rwanda has talent, and the only thing that keeping us, I would say, like not attaining our full potential is just the visibility. So a lot of companies that are here, it is their first time to actually like visit Rwanda, understand about like the tech scene in Rwanda, We have different companies in Rwanda that are working with different partners all over the world. So maybe this is also a chance. If you are a company and you're not taking full advantage of different LLM models that are out there, this is your moment to start. You can come in Rwanda, set up a team of 10, 20 AI engineers. It's more affordable than having it in Sweden. They built a product, they built different verticals for your business because you have the data, you understand how your business operates. And then, yeah, by the time your competitors are catching up, you'll be like 2 to 3 years ahead. So those are the things I would say, like not only for Rwanda, but also the people in this room, we could be like thinking about together. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. First, I just want to say that's an incredibly Rwandan question. I've seen this so much in the 4 months I've been working with Rwandans is how can we do this better? And I think just asking these kind of questions is a great indication of that you will probably end up in a very good space. But for me, as I started, right, I came here for the gorillas, do the same but for IT talent. You know, you created a world-class brand with Visit Rwanda. I had no idea that the IT services that you provide are at this level. I've even spoken to a lot of Rwandan institutions who are not aware why me, an IT guy from Denmark, is coming and talking about hiring Rwandans. So there needs to be a little bit of a guerrilla marketing on the IT side as well.
Sorry, yes, Brad.
That was a good one. I like that. I actually had the same reflection, and I think now I've been here for 1.5 years, and initially in 2022 I also hired people, and I remember the first time coming here, and I'm from a very small city in Denmark, and for me it was like, what is this? And then, you know, we wanted to go on a stationing, so I'm here with my wife and 3 boys. And on the plane down here, I was reflecting because I had a site visit with my wife, and I was reflecting, no, this is not for us. I can't see myself living here. And then 2 hours after we landed, my wife said, we need to move. And I said, okay. But I've been living here for 1.5 years, and I think, you know, the country is just, there's so much warmth here, and young talents and people in general are just so pleasant to work with. And I think, you know, for me, something to grow on is, there are 2 elements. From the personal aspect, keep on, this is also something that is already going on now, but from a European setting, when you as a young person or intermediate person go into a European tech company, we can't work with the fact that you don't want to challenge someone because the person is older than you, higher seniority. So continue to work on that, build more intermediate/senior profiles, because that will just increase the curiosity from, at least from Danish companies. And I've talked to some of them because in our family, there's also a lot of different other tech companies. And I think also like what Kjetil said, I also have seen Arsenal play where it says Visit Rwanda and then I see the gorillas. So I think definitely do more advertising. And I think Johanna also said that maybe, you know, let the European companies that are here partner up with EBCR, GPS, and use us as influencers. Now, I won't call them ambassadors because there's been a lot here today, but let's call them influencers that can help us to explain, because I think one of the problems is the bias that people have towards Rwanda. You know, before I moved, there were people that asked us, but are the roads paved? Do they have international schools? And for me, they simply don't know. So I think there's something about, you know, removing that bias about what this country is and what it isn't. Yeah.
Excellent, thank you. Gabriel?
Yes, thank you. I agree with all 3 of the former speakers. I've been here for almost 10 years now working in Rwanda, and 10 years ago we were still driving on dirt roads and we didn't have any sky-rise buildings, and now we have all of it. We had maybe 10 restaurants, now we have thousands of restaurants, and it's gone extremely fast, and it's very exciting to be in a country that is moving that fast. But for the private sector, that also means that things can be shifting every quarter and every year there's a new law, there's a new tax base, because the country is catching up, right? So the thing that Rwanda is going to continue going through for the next 5 years is this rapid development. But for the private sector, it also requires a lot of stability. And something that Rwanda really needs to build up is a market-driven economy and a stronger middle class. So don't come here expecting that we have a high purchasing power in the middle class. There's a big portion of lower income community, and then in Kigali we see a lot of a high portion of high income community. But the middle class that is driving markets in, for example, Kampala and Nairobi is not yet strong in a country like Kigali. So right now it's a perfect pilot project country. Everyone comes here, proves a model, proves their first customer, and then they look at Nairobi and Kampala and Congo. But Rwanda needs to very quickly develop into the country where they come here, set up, but also look at the Rwandan community as the clients. And that's something they will come to, but they need to figure out a way to stabilize the private sector and not every year implement new rules that makes it harder for businesses, but rather make it easier to do business.
Excellent, thank you very much. I think with this panel, we've tried to give you as much information as possible. However, they'll be in the room, so feel free to reach out to them. Feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions around outsourcing or finding talent. And if you need any partnerships with any of the people on the stage, there are also some of the companies in the room. Yeah, so thank you everyone. Thank you panelists, and this was great.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. This was such a great discussion. Thank you to our panelists. And so we're going to go for a coffee break. It's going to be a very short coffee break, so like 10 minutes. You can come back to the room with your coffee if you would like. And then we're going to get into our B2B session. But as we come to an end, I would also like to announce that on Wednesday the 11th, we're going to go to the Kigali Memorial, the Genocide Memorial Site that is in Gisozi, and we're going to be leaving from here at 9:30. And if you would like to attend, you can then also go to register yourself at the registration table where we registered at the beginning of the forum. So now we're going to go for our coffee. Please, let's make it quick and get back for the B2B session. Thank you, everyone.
That you stop by the place where you signed up in. Apparently there's a gift for you. Secondly, if you're interested in the trip to the Kigali monument, you can sign up as well outside, which is on Wednesday. That's about it. But continue as long as you need to continue.